Yo, what's good, y'all? What's good, man? Welcome back. Welcome back, man. It is your favorite podcast, your favorite New York podcast with your favorite people, man. It's Heart of the City, man, with me, NYG22, of course, also known as a Popular Opinion Sports. And I'm here tonight with my co host, Mr. Coach Ed Gladney's Amazing World of Sports. Yeah, we ready to tap into the city, man. A lot going on. We got game sevens, game sixes to talk about, playoff wins, playoff losses. Got OTAs in football. We got MLB hot and heavy right now. You know what I'm saying? So plenty to talk about. Of course, not to forget about the ladies. I know Coach got the ladies. You know what I'm saying, man? So, but what's good with you, Coach, man? How you doing tonight, man? What's good? How you feeling?
I'm all right, man. Just taking it one step at a time. Um, Ready for another heart of the city. Let's get at it. A lot going on in New York City, so um, and just like I said, ready to go, man. How about you? How you doing?
Maintaining as always, man. Maintaining, man. You know what I'm saying? Just chilling on this Tuesday night, man. Ready to talk to the people, man. Ready to talk to my New Yorkers, my New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? Connecticut, all over the place, man. You know how you are, man. Speaking of, man, what's good with the chat, man? What's up? What's up with the people, man? Neymar, what's up? With salute, man. Tommy, health and wealth to you too, brother. What's good with you, man? Hope all is well. Kev, what's good? Yeah, man. We're gonna get into these Knicks here in just a minute, man. Thank you for tapping in. Wells, appreciate you, man. Salute to you too, man. My bro Wells, man. Appreciate you, man. Mets. No Mets. Snarf. Been a minute, man, since I seen you, man. Been a minute, man. Might let you on a little bit later, man, but we got a couple things to get to, man. So if you don't mind, man, just kick back, listen, man, and hit that like button too, man, for me, man, for your boys, man. Appreciate that. All right. But lots to talk about, man. Lots to talk about, and I guess there's no other topic that we have to that we cannot start the show without talking about, man, and that is the team known as the New York Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
Those New York Knicks, man. Look, man. Knicks go down to the Pacers, 130-109, game seven. And me, I always try to be partial towards the Knicks, not being a Knicks fan, but just being a basketball fan, just being somebody from New York that grew up watching basketball, that grew up in the city. You know what I'm saying? You kind of wanted to see the Knicks move on and face the Celtics, man, and have that, renew old school rivalry, so to speak, if there ever was one with the Boston Celtics, man. But not to be, man. Knicks too banged up, too injured. Brunson out. Mitchell Robinson, like I said, was missed sorely in this series. Um, you talk about OG Anunoby, another matchup I talked about with him and Pascal Siakam. He was not available. And when you have a high scoring team, you see the score, buck 30. When you got a high scoring team like the Indiana Pacers, you need your big time defensive players in there. You know what I'm saying? And those guys I just mentioned, OG Anunoby, Mitchell Robinson, and of course Josh Hart, he was banged up too as well. But my question is, because analysis has been all over the internet by now on this game. My question is though, was this season a success for Knicks fans? Was this season a success? I've heard various opinions, popular and unpopular ones on this question, but I want to hear you. I want to hear the people, man, tonight, heart of the city. First, I want to hear from my brother, Coach Ed, though. Coach, given everything, given all the injuries, given the expectations that was set in the beginning of the season, in your mind, was this season a success for the New York Knicks?
From where it started to where it ended. can you say ultimately it's a success? Being that it's a team sport and the ultimate goal is to win a championship. In that regard, no, you can't. I mean, and I do understand Brunson's post game comment, and I know where he's coming from, and I love that as a competitor. But if you
Mm-hmm.
look at what they've done, how they reconstructed this team in the middle of the season, bringing in Ananobi, all the changes, bringing in Bogdanovich, even Burks. Once you brought them in, yes, things were elevated in a sense. You saw how they took off. Injuries were a big factor. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it is part of the narrative. No matter how you break it down, um, it's not a total failure. So that's where I won't go. It's a major disappointment, because the injuries took away from what you would hope to have been a team that would have been competing at least for the Eastern Conference Finals. Because yeah, in the end, Indiana did what they were supposed to do. Is you attack the depleted team, and that's what you're supposed to do. New
Mm-hmm.
York was depleted, and you have to. As much as I hate it, as much as I dislike this team now,
Crowd favorite. What's good with you, man? El Capitan. Salute, Raphael.
you have to at least tip your cap and show some sign of respect. And I'm
Who to the
really
Pacers?
y- to what for what they did. No, in terms of being smart and attacking the Knicks because they were a depleted team.
Okay, I'm about to
That's what
say.
I'm talking about in that
Yeah.
regard. So that's why I said it's hard for me to sit here and say this. Hopefully they get swept. That's what I ultimately want. But I mean, that's another story. But
Yeah.
as far
Pacers
as this
down by
season,
6 right now. By the way,
yeah.
we'll try to keep you get updated on these scores here tonight. But
hmm But but again, you look at and now if you look at the potential for the future with what the Knicks have in terms of cap space, talent. I mean, you're still bringing back Julius Randle. I know there's a debate whether you trade him or not, but Julius Randle is a 20 and 10 guy. He's an all star. He's an all star talent. He can help alleviate the scoring issues that number two on this team. And I know people will question in the playoffs. I get it. He has to prove it in the playoffs, but still, he's that type of a player that what when teams attack Jalen Brunson, he can take over and he can get you buckets, and it makes it easier for other guys. You have DiVincenzo coming back, Josh Hart with what he did, OG, coming back if once he stays or hopefully he stays healthy. He can bring offensive contributions. So you look at that, what are you doing with Bogdanovich? So it's like you look at all that, plus with the draft picks, you have 3 draft picks in this draft, whether you use it to get, another proven scorer, or you bring them in and groom them little by little for the future also. There's right now you have so much that you as a Knicks fan you could be excited for going into next season. It's just right now it stings. You lost in a game 7, and that's the other thing. You lost in a game 7, so you went to a game 7. Yes, you lost by what is it, 21 points, but you went to game
mm-hmm.
seven, and you went to game 7 with a depleted roster. So you know, and look, the ball didn't bounce our way in game 3, but it could have easily. And if you win that, it wouldn't have gone to game 7. They would have finished that out a lot earlier. So, but overall, is it a failure? No. Is it a success? Because you didn't win a championship, no, but with what this team did, and you competed with a depleted with so many injuries, because that's another thing. Teams always have injuries and during the season, and sometimes they use that as an excuse, and they don't really fight as hard as they did. This Knicks team did. They didn't use
Yeah,
the
they did.
injuries.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they didn't use it as an excuse, coach.
hmm
And to your point, that did play a major factor in it.
hmm
Them losing to the Pacers. Like I said, particularly, I think if you just have Anunoby out there for the entire series healthy, you more than likely you win.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely think the amount of injuries
Mm-hmm.
was the key, not just having certain players out, particularly for this series. Now, if you're going up against Boston, I don't think the Knicks win that series with a healthy roster. You know what I'm saying? And I mean the roster they came into the playoffs with, excluding Julius Randle.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so I want to get to something real quick based off what Wells is saying right here with this comment. So he says, "What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, fellas, on the notion that Tom Thibodeau plays his players? Some of the fans on the radio want him gone. Thoughts on that?" And I'm thinking you saying like the way he plays his players. So I want to get to something that I coach sent me that we came across here. And it's it's a Kevin Garnett clip on the Stephen A. Smith show. So I'm gonna turn the volume up, listen up, and we're gonna react to the clip. It's a real short clip. I think it's about a minute long. So and it's gonna talk about Tom Thibodeau and what he means to the Knicks. So listen up.
Tibbs, because he's built for what New York is. And by the way, this is Tibbs' magic job. This is Tibbs' lifetime job. Listen, he only did the Celtics, the Bulls, and Minnesota to get here.
Right.
Tibbs would probably do the Knicks job for free.
Yeah.
Real shit. He is a Knick at heart. He is Jeff. Listen, he is Van Gundy. He is from the Rouse. He is old school soldier general. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I don't have a problem with Tibbs. Tibbs also is a great coach in understanding the culture and making those changes. So I think Tibbs can actually make some of these changes that we're talking about, Stephen A. And I think that he is the coach that you want coaching this team with these players on here. You see Big Body Brunson, you see how he just trusts that? You know, a lot of that is just Jalen figuring it out and then playing with 3 Da Vinci. You know, I love OG over there, man. Don't touch this.
Hold on, KG, Big Body Brunson. You give that nickname to Perk.
All right, so I just want to speak on the part where he was talking about Coach Thibodeau and his fit for the culture of New York. And this is something that I've been talking about on this show for a long time since we started this show. It take a certain type of cat to play and coach in New York City. It ain't for everybody. And it take a certain personality. And look, we respect winners, hard workers, toughness, straightforward, you know what I'm saying? You name it. And New York, for everybody outside of New York, the way they look at New Yorkers, it's really a blue-collar type of town, a blue-collar type of city. You know what I'm saying? And that's what gets respected here. You know, we always respect our humble superstars. You know, your Eli Mannings, your Derek Jeters, yada, yada, yada. You know, there's never been a need for this flash and pizzazz, and that's more for Hollywood. We talking about New York, NYC. So when KG is talking about the culture of the Knicks and the way Tom Thibodeau fits that culture, you know, what is he talking about? Toughness, defense. You know what I'm saying? Playing through injury, playing hurt, being tough. That's what you're saying in this playoffs. Shout out to the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? But Wells is saying the people that want him gone, it's these same fans, these fair weather fans. We call them out all the time when it comes to the Giants. It's some in every fan base. These same fair weather fans that don't really know what they're talking about and don't really know that this is the best coach right now for the Knicks?
You know, you know, last year, year before last, I've been hard on Tibbs. I've been one that wanted him gone, and I was wrong. I was wrong. I mean, I did not see the vision. I did not see what was being built. But once you get the right players in here, it's the right team. Now, look, as far as the injuries, like, and I think the hard thing for, because yes, it's the amount of injuries. So it is the perception. Jay Will said it on Get Up. He said perception is reality. And that's the perception right now, that Tibbs is grinding this team down, which is the reason why they get injured. But let's be real, all right? Mitchell Robinson, was that a Tibbs fault? Or was that a result of a dirty play, of a dirty player grabbing somebody who's coming off of an injury and really trying to hurt the man? Bogdanovich, someone rolled on his legs. That's not wear and tear. Brunson, I mean, he swiped at a player and broke his hand. That's not wear and tear. Is it a coincidence? Yes, but you don't want to accept it. And that's the problem. Julius Randle. Julius Randle was never injured with the Knicks. Fell on his shoulder. That is not wear and tear. That's just what happens in the course of sports. Guys are going to get hurt.
Build a better bench.
Well,
That's what I talked about with you guys the other night.
Well, if you bring, see, and that's the thing. That's, I'm glad you said that. Let's be honest. When you say build a better bench, they were already diving into their bench. Think about that. If you had Julius Randle, OG, and Josh Hart is coming off the bench. All these other guys are coming off the bench, which now strengthens your bench. What ended up happening is that they had to go into their bench, and now you're talking about, once your bench, the guys who are on the bench who are starting now getting hurt, you're now looking at your fourth string guys. Let's be honest. That's really what it boils down to.
I mean, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not ideal. It's not what you want to do.
Mm-mm.
But at the end of the day, what do you do when you have injuries? You go to the next man up.
No, yes,
So
yeah.
so you see what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying. You know
But
what
when
I'm
you
saying?
say build
That's
a
all
better
I'm saying.
bench, you said build a better bench. What I'm saying is they already had the bench built. It's just that the
So
starters were hurt.
Here's hold on. So because I have to be honest, and I've been weirdly enough more of a defender of your team than a lot of your fans have.
You're right.
You
You're
know what I'm
right.
saying? But you guys got to pipe down when it's like, yo, we straight. You're not straight. A healthy roster is not winning an NBA chip, in my opinion. You know what I mean? If you got everybody on the court, I don't think you're beating anybody that's coming out the West right now, whether it have been Denver, Minnesota, or the Mavericks. I question that you can beat the Celtics. I question you beat a healthy Bucks team. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, yeah,
The Sixers
we don't know.
were hurt too. They got the same excuse almost. So again, you know what I'm saying? When I'm saying like improve your team, I don't want it to be like people like, oh, yo, we good.
No, but you said build a better. You said build your bench. What I'm saying is, they had the bench, and then the starters went down, so you now had to dip into your reserve. Once you start dipping into your reserve, you're losing. So yes, then to go further, when those reserves are starting to get hurt, where are you going from there? It's like you're going into your third, fourth, fifth level of your team construct. That's what I'm getting at. So you already had it. So how can you build that aspect? Because yes, you want to build it there, but you didn't. Where are you going to get the money to? Because that's the problem, and that's not just on the Knicks. That's across the whole league. What team goes that deep? You might go 10 deep. You honestly.
Yeah, you're right. You're not. But again, you got good minutes out of Alec Burke. You
Yes.
know what I'm saying?
Should
So
he
and to
use
my
them earlier?
point
Yes, I
is,
get.
you know what I'm saying? Like if you have guys like that on your bench, you can afford to rest your players not only better more during the regular season. See, that's my thing. It's like you got. I don't feel like you when I'm watching this playoff game. You know what I'm saying? I think that Tom Thibodeau maybe as a coach is like, look, I don't trust these guys on the bench, or they're just not they're not what I need right now as far as winning games. Y'all won 50 games. You know what I'm saying? And part of you winning 50 games is you playing those guys extensive minutes. You know what I'm saying? Basically keeping them on the floor the whole time, like you play 2K where the stamina don't. It's like you playing a game and they don't get tired. It's like nah, this is real life. They getting tired. They do need a break, but you need solid players to come in and replace those players.
So
When Jalen Brunson goes off the court, it don't look good for the Knicks at
okay,
all.
that's fair. That you want to say the offense seems stagnant and there's not a flow to it. That's fine. And Miles McBride, he's had his great moments during the season, and then he's had bad moments. But that's why he's on the bench. That's really why he's on the bench. So yes, to that point, and the whole point was with Alex Burks. Like I didn't know that, like they said when Alex Burks came over, most of us didn't know that supposedly he was dealing with an injury. That's why when you got him to play in Indiana, that's why he was performing. But and when he wasn't producing, then he lost his spot in the rotation. So yes, to your point, Tibbs should have tried to play him a little bit more. But where's he supposed to go ultimately? Because that's why Brunson started scoring more once Julius went down, because your scoring was lost. Bogdanovich was coming in. He was trying to work his way into a flow.
But Brunson is scoring more out of necessity, coach,
Yes,
and
that's
that's what
my
I'm saying.
point. That's my point.
That's not necessarily a
Bogdanovich.
good thing.
But what I'm saying is Bogdanovich, when he came over. Now, if you had Bogdanovich from the beginning of the season, I think you see a different outcome. He would have
Okay,
been
that's
flow in
fair.
the flow. So,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the thing. He came over at the trade. Same thing with Burks. So it's like these guys didn't get into a good flow, a good
Mm-hmm.
rhythm. We were trying to get them in there. You were trying to see what happened with Randall, see if he could come back. So it's a lot. Yes, I'm not saying some of what you are saying is correct. It is correct.
Mm-hmm.
We have to develop and get better play from our bench, but a lot of the play that you wanted to get were moved to the starting lineup. So if you have
Mm-hmm.
everybody, so in essence, what I'm taking or how I'm going to approach it is, then we have to get better going to our third and fourth level in the bench, just in case of situations like that. But now to get that, then let's be honest, to get guys to fit there, you got to have the money to do that.
Well, the thing is, and let me get to a couple comments before
Hmm.
I
Hmm. Hmm.
make my statement here. Well, let me make my statement, then I'll get to the comments. So the thing here is, the way I think about it is, look, 1 through 5 is 1 through 5. Those are your starters. Okay, those guys are gonna be play if healthy. Now, in the regular season, you want more depth
Hmm.
in your lineup in order
Hmm.
to give those guys days off and so on and so forth, or whatever, rest, minutes off. Well, however they got it figured out now. Your players still need rest. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I'm coming in to where I feel like that's where your bench is going to come into play. Now, particularly what you're talking about in the playoffs, I understand those guys aren't playing at all.
No, I'm
And,
even talking
and
about regular season too, NYG. All right, let's look at the Knicks roster.
well, that's a
Okay.
Tom Thibodeau thing
No, no,
in the
no.
regular season.
Look at the Knicks roster. Their starting five is Mitchell Robinson, Randall, OG, DiVincenzo, Brunson. That means Josh Hart, where is he? He's on the bench, which
Okay.
now enhances the bench. You would have Bogdanovich. You would have Miles McBride. Who am I? I'm missing someone. I'm missing Burks. You would have Burks. Especially if we had them at the beginning of the season. But right now, I just gone 9 deep. Tommy's talking about Shake Milton. He should have used Milton a little bit more, but he came in late in the season. What I'm getting at, there are guys there. We lost our whole front line, our whole front court. You might lose one guy here or there, but to lose your whole starting front court, which now forces you to move guys who are key pieces off the bench into the starting lineup. And then behind them, you got Jericho Sims.
Yeah, you ain't
You
much
got
to
guys
do.
who are two-way players. You got guys who are two-way players behind them. So like I get where everyone is coming from, but I don't think everyone really looks at it in that spectrum. And this is from the season because remember Julius was hurt at the beginning of the year, and you're trying to figure out what's going on in terms of the players. So yes, playoffs. Yes, you make your rotation smaller in the playoffs. Everyone knows that. We had we had depth. We really did. It's just that we were getting hurt. And when you look at it, you're like, well, wait a minute. You lost your three starting front court players. Really did. Which
Yeah,
now Josh Hart is playing is playing in the 4 spot for the most part at 6'4". It's go ahead.
exactly. You know what I'm saying?
So
Exactly,
so
man.
so to what you're saying about play your bench during the season, well, he did technically. It's just that he was playing in place of the guys who got hurt. So now, if we're moving them, the question is, like you're saying, play your bench more during this regular season. If Randall and all them are out of the equation, okay, so I'm not even including them. If Josh Hart is in the starting lineup, if all these guys are in the starting lineup, and you're making adjustments there, that means what's left on the bench is really 7 guys, really. You did go with Jericho Sims at times. It was Hartenstein. That's who I kept forgetting about. Hartenstein.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's a catch-22. For me, it's a catch-22 because you're moving those guys up to the starting lineup. So then, what are you doing with the rest of the bench there? You're leaving 2 other guys who you would use in the bench rotation, and now you got to rely on. That's why you signed Shakes Milton. Hopefully, he would have contributed something, but he didn't.
yeah.
He didn't. You
Well,
know.
you gotta rotate it out. You know what I'm saying?
hmm hmm
You got what 15 people on the NBA roster, and you gotta rotate guys in and out the lineup. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta have depth to do that. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. But to be honest, with the Josh Hart thing, you can't play a 6'6" guard at power forward in playoff games.
Yes.
I don't understand that. And I understand this, like I get the NBA with they trying to play these
Positionless, but
smaller
yeah.
lineups and all this other stuff, man. But big guys, pause, run the NBA. This is what
No,
it
you're
is.
right. You're right.
I mean, that's it. That is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So to me, and we talk about this. We was talking about this about the Nets. Um, you know, adding more size to the front court.
hmm
Same thing I was talking about with the Knicks, adding more size to the front court. You know what I mean? So again, to me, I guess it's not really about making your bench better, but I guess it's more about getting better pieces to fit your philosophy as a coach. If you're a Tom
Okay,
Coach
so go through
Thibodeau.
go through and that's why I say to you, go through the players on the team. Who doesn't fit based on what you're saying right?
All right,
You go
hang on.
through your front court, your
Let
your
me
size.
let me
hmm
get through these,
hmm
and then we're going
Yeah, no
then we're
problem.
gonna
That's fine.
tap into that. Knicks need a Draymond Green type player.
We have him already. Whether you realize it, that's Josh Green.
Um, Josh Hart, me.
I mean Josh
Um,
Hart. Sorry.
Jacob, what's good with you? What's good? I feel like Devin Booker is a good fit for the Knicks. Look, again, not a Knicks fan, but Is he something a player that fits the culture? And this is what all I'm talking about. I led off with the KG thing. Now we getting back into what type of player me and Cush just going just that fits with. So, and this is what this is all about. They're building a certain type of team, a certain type of culture. Not everyone fits that. Talent be damned. Coach, you're the Knicks fan. Does Devin Booker fit the Knicks?
Can he play well at both sides of the floor? Yes. Is he an elite defensive defender? No. But offensively, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but it to me, it's first and foremost. Could he fit? Yeah, you could fit him in there. You could fit him in there because he's a good size as a two guard. You could still switch out. I mean, you still have not Bogdanovich, OG. So if those two are back there, and he could handle the rock if you want to take Brunson out on occasion. But he's not a great facilitator, but he's a good scorer. So would he be a good fit? Of course he would be. I mean, he's an elite player. But my question is this: to get him, you really got to strip your team down to get him. That means Julius Randle is gone, whether y'all realize it or not, because it's not years. It's all this man is making $50 million. Julius is making close to 30. So you got to include him along with probably a Bogdanovich and maybe one other player along with draft picks. So then it's like, well, what are we doing? Are we stripping this team down? And now if you get rid of Julius, that means you're gonna have OG playing your four spot for the whole season.
Just see what I mean?
So it's like I get it, I understand it, and I understand what fans are saying. You want that number two scorer, you want that threat, but it's like, well, really, as much as I've killed Julius Randle, Julius Randle fits into what Tibbs is trying to do. He's a good he's not an elite, but he's a good defender. So he can give you minutes there. He's a 3-level player, whether it's in the post, the mid range, or at three. He can still facilitate at times. Does he cause turnovers at times? Yes. But if you need him to bring the ball up, if you need him to start to facilitate, he's more than adequate to do to be able to handle the job. So to get Devin Booker, and that's the thing. Ask yourself, if you make that comment about Devin Booker, you look at the Knicks, say what you have to give up, and be honest. Look at the money, because that's the that's in the CBA. Fans, we don't get into all that. We just we want this, we want that. But if we're like you saying, NYG, be fair, be honest. Be honest with yourself. Don't lie to yourself. You ain't lying to anyone else. Anyone who understands the game, everyone understands that. But at least if you're going to make this comment, look at it. Be honest with yourself, and that doesn't matter. That's any superstar. I've heard KD. Well, I've heard about the Donovan Mitchell.
Please get
Devin
KD.
Booker.
That's gonna that's gonna be
I
a show for me. I'm gonna be
look,
woo.
look.
The heart of the city will be on fire. We will be pushing the national airways with the stuff I'm gonna be saying if he go to the Knicks. Lord have mercy, let that happen.
So again, and right now, when I look at the landscape of the league, as far as who's going to be, who can you get, there's really not much. There's really not much.
They want Bridges, but they ain't getting them. Y'all ain't getting them.
I've seen different scenarios,
They
but
need to stop with that nonsense. It ain't
well, look. That's fan talk. So NYG, let fans talk. But see, now if they do it, yeah, it would piss you off. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it.
It's not going to happen.
Okay. See. You talk about being fair, and I'm being fair. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but can it happen? Is it possible that they work out? Do I think they're going to do it? It's highly the probability is very low that they do it. But I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, it's 100." I'm sorry, I'm not. But if you tell me,
life 100%.
but that's my point. That's my point. But you said it ain't happening. That's a definitive statement. That's a definitive saying. It's when I hear that, you're saying 100% it's not happening. Now, if you say, "Nah,
Damn
I don't
near
think it on,"
100%.
okay,
You know what
I
I'm
can
saying?
accept that. I can at least accept that because there's always that small percentage. We know we understand that. But and do I think the two teams would trade with each other? Not really, because what what the Knicks are going to have to give up to get him, it's probably going to be Julius Randle, and that's the whole thing. When you
See,
attack,
Nick fans think they're gonna keep their entire roster together
and that's not reality.
and get
No,
Brunson and give
no,
us McBride or somebody. Like that's
no,
how
that's not going to
delusional.
happen. No, 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 no. See,
You gotta
and that
put
you
you
know
gotta
what?
put OG or Randall or one of them cats in that deal. That's the only way you're gonna get them.
See, look, I don't see that. Look, and to be honest with you,
I don't even
NYG,
see that happening.
there's a large facet that I follow. They don't even talk about that because they all say the same thing. We don't
Okay,
see that
it's
that
nonsense.
the trade happening. If it does, okay, fine.
Hmm.
Yeah, we understand the Villanova Knicks,
Luca, what's
whatever.
good? What's good? What's good?
But
What's up with you? Says
so
heartbreaking loss, but the season's overall success. I think we can upgrade from Randall, but I'm not opposed to keeping him, although there are questions with 1 year left on his contract.
mm,
Interesting. Also says Devin Booker does not fit what we need. I don't think he does either. And those questions with Jules include recent injury, recovery period, and playoff performances. That's
mhm.
just the facts. So, thoughts on
Yeah.
that, Coach?
No, I get what he's saying. I don't have a problem with what he's saying. I mean, you know,
Speaking
but
to the
I mean,
Randall thing, yeah.
as far as the Booker, I mean, I think they would be because I've seen him. You know, because if the issue is the defense, I've seen him be adequate. I'm not saying he's elite. I'm just not. But you know, he's to me. If you're saying who's better, who's the better fit, is it DiVincenzo or if it's Devin Booker? Because right now you're talking about the two guard spot. And I'm sorry, he's an upgrade over DiVincenzo. I love DiVincenzo. Please do not
Oh,
think I'm saying
Booker,
that.
yeah,
And
Booker's
that's
an
why
upgrade over DiVincenzo, but
so how is he
you
not?
ain't gonna be able to trade
No, no,
DiVincenzo
no,
and
no, no,
get
no, 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 no,
yeah,
no, no. Yeah,
right,
no.
yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is the word is how does he fit into the system, not acquiring him. How does
Okay.
he fit?
Mhm.
So my question is, you're saying if we're saying he does not fit, where is he? Is he an upgrade over DiVincenzo? Is he a better defender on the defensive end? Maybe if you want to say he's a step down, okay, I'll accept that. But to me, they're about the same defensively.
Culture wise,
He's
though,
taller. Okay, culture, yes, you're right. DiVincenzo fits the culture, and that's what I'm not.
yes,
That's what I'm saying. You know, but if we're, but who's to say he doesn't come here and doesn't adapt to the culture? We don't
yeah.
know. We don't know.
But paying players to adapt is
Yeah,
a dangerous thing. You know what I'm
exactly. No,
saying?
I'm with you there. I'm with you.
Yeah.
You know, so and look, you're already going to have to pay OG probably close to 40 million, 35 to 40 million dollars. All right. Brunson, even though he's already said he's going to take a discount, you know, what is it? 4 years for what is it? What is it? 150 something, 156. When he could wait another year and it goes to 4 years, 270. So he's trying to get help the organization have some flexibility. So I'm looking at also the money and that's the whole thing. I've never been one really to dive into the money aspect, but I'm also not blind to it because the money factors in everything in life. Money.
Absolutely.
What's the song? What's the song? Cash rules everything around me.
Mm-hmm.
Cream.
Me.
So I mean, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a fan, you got to be honest with yourself. Look at the money. Look at the money before you start. I want this player. I want that player. What does the money say? Because the money's going to tell you everything you need to know. And if you're really not familiar, then either talk to somebody who can help educate you on, you know, the CBA and how it works and the percentages, the penalty percentages, you know, because there are penalty percentages. You can only go but so far. You know, it's just like with Hartenstein. The Knicks can only offer Hartenstein 16 million up to $16 million. They have partial bird rights for him. They don't have full bird rights. So if somebody wants to throw 20 mil at him, Hartenstein is going, I would think. But and those are the things you have to teach yourself because we want if we could have a
What are
loaded
the Knicks
roster,
draft picks right now?
24, 25, and I don't remember the second round. I think it's I don't remember the second round. I had it earlier. Hold
Let me go
on.
my take-a-thon.
Uh,
Atlanta. Da, 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 da.
no, I had it
So
earlier.
they got
Hold on.
24 and 25
Yeah,
in
and
the
then I
first
think it's
round.
40
And in the second round,
something.
you got 38.
Okay, 38. That's
And
it. You only
this,
have three draft picks.
yeah. So, three draft picks, two in the first round. I mean, do you want young players that are not probably gonna get developed, that are gonna sit on the bench because Tom Thibodeau's not gonna play them, or would you rather
That's the question.
flip those picks and go in and get more immediate help, in the form of a veteran of some sort?
Of
That's
course, you would
that's my
want a
question.
veteran. I would take a veteran
And
over the
Lucas
rookies.
says marketing. I guess that's a name being floated out for Randall to replace Randall if they move on from him. So I don't know what you think about that. I like Julius Randle for the. I've been a Randle fan, sort of, on this show. I've been pushing back and
You have,
Thibodeau. You know what I'm saying? So, but
you have.
I just think it's just I like the attitude. I like the swag. I like the culture. I like what they fit.
I'm
How
gonna
they
say
fit
this. I'm gonna say
with the
this.
team.
When I saw him and OG working together with Brunson, that's what convinced me. They were a perfect match. And then you had DiVincenzo added to the mix. I'm not looking for Mitchell Robinson, phenomenal offensive rebounder and a defensive presence, and he helps, handle the lane. Just if you got a stretch five who can dribble, then okay, that's where he can get got. But for the most part, everything he brings to the table helps to benefit the Knicks. Even in the pick and roll, you can get him with pick and lob. So um, I was won over with Randall because I've always been hard on Randall too.
Yeah,
But he fits what they're trying to do. He has that dog mentality. He has a Kobe mentality. Maybe not the elite athletic skill, but he has the mindset. So and this whole team is built like that. This whole team is Brunson is not athletically, elite, but he
right.
fits, he's a grinder. He's New York City. I mean, that's all I can say. They're
That's
all
what we
New York
talking about.
City.
Y'all hit that like button. It's heart of the city. That's what we talking about. We don't want no chumps over here. We don't want no layup, no layup line cats over here. You got to get tough in the trenches.
Luca is 1,000% correct, and that's where because I look at the stars. If you're bringing in a star, you're giving up, and that's the whole thing. You're giving up stuff, and you're giving up a lot. You're gonna have to give up a lot to get a superstar. You really
Now the
are.
media, they talking, Stephen A. Perkins and all them
Yeah, I
cats on
know.
they talking go big fish hunting and all that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying get some more
Perk said go. He said go.
level stars. Yeah, I heard him say that. He said the Knicks might have to go big fish hunting
Oh, might
because
have to. Okay.
yeah.
I've heard him say, they're good the way they are right now. Continue to build the way they've been building, build their
Because people
culture.
saying the Brunson thing and saying that the Knicks need more scoring. I'm saying you got the
You
scoring,
got
you
it.
just need the depth. That's
But
all I'm saying.
and I'm saying we have the depth as long as you get the guys back from injury because a lot of those guys go back to the bench, which helps
Guys
what
get
you're
hurt
saying.
though.
No, I get that.
You know what
But
I
when
mean?
NYG, not to the level that the Knicks went to this year. You
I
might,
understand. I
and that's the
understand.
whole thing. If you
And
lose
that's
one
that's a
guy,
one off. That's not
yeah,
gonna happen more than likely. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Not in basketball.
No,
Football, yeah,
that's a
we
different
see it
story.
with the Giants, but in basketball, more than likely, that's all your starters aren't gonna go down in
No,
one
and
season like
that's
that.
the
You know what
whole
I'm
thing. I
saying?
mean, look at the last game that we lost. I mean,
And I'm
you
not even
had
saying
what?
like clear, I'm just saying like swap out a couple, like Precious Achua,
Oh, I
Hartenstein.
forgot
These are
about
guys I'm
Precious.
saying that you can upgrade from. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Hartenstein. Okay,
Lou,
if you
I'll
can,
send you the link on Twitter.
if you can upgrade from Hartenstein, you tell me who right
I
now
just
that
gave you the
fits the
answer. You
way
got two
now.
draft picks. You can either
But they're
draft a
not going.
player or you can flip those two draft
No,
picks and go
and
out and
that's
get a
why I
guy. I
said
don't have a name for you right now. I'm just gonna
no.
be honest
As
with
far
you.
as the
I have to
draft
like
pick,
pull up all the rosters
no,
and
no, no.
stuff.
I got you. I got you. I know that. I'll even tell
If you
you.
throw
You,
some
you.
names out there, I can give you a yay or nay.
I can. I will say this: as far as center help,
Mm-hmm.
I joke about Josh Eady with you. Me and you. I'm just playing with you. I'm just teasing you because of
Mm-hmm.
other Nets fans, whatever. But
Yeah.
even if you had a Josh Eady, he's not going to really get that much time, and everyone will be bitching and
He
complaining.
wouldn't.
Tibbs, he slowly develops his young players. To be honest with you, and he's very slow with it. It's not like you get him and you throw him into the lineup
Check
right
your
away.
Twitter, Lou.
It's not like you get them right away. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not like when you get them, he develop and throws them into the lineup right away. They got to earn his
That's
trust.
not Thibodeau. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Go and
yeah.
get a
So
vet
get a
because
vet
he's gonna play the vet if he fits what he's trying to do. That's all.
now.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, and that's why I'm saying like if you could have got what's his name who went to the Dallas what's
Nas
up
Reed
little
was good, bro.
no to Dallas. Nas Reed is with Minnesota.
Oh yeah, my bad. What's the other cat? You talking about in the draft? Lively,
Yeah, Lively. If you could have got
lively.
him,
Mm-hmm.
that's a different story. He could fit in because number one, and a young player has to cut his teeth on the defensive end to really get into Tibbs rotation. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why look, if you're going to let Hartenstein go, and I'm not saying you have to keep him, but what I'm saying is if you don't get something, you got Jericho Sims behind Mitchell Robinson. And that's all I'm leaving at. So right
Mm-hmm.
now I'm saying Hartenstein is still on the table, but you got to give me something that shows that says that what it's at least equal to Hartenstein. It's at least equal to Hartenstein right there from the get go. Can't be a step down. It has to be equal to, and
or
then
greater.
move on up.
Yeah.
So, what's up, Lou? That was a great picture, bro. Seriously, man. I know your son had a great time, but yeah,
Oh
that
my
was a
God.
phenomenal picture.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all make
He
it on the TV?
I think so, but by the time we got home, it was off, so we couldn't see it. But I think we did, cause we was right there,
Yeah. Yep. That should
and
have
he
had
was
somebody
holding up that
recorded.
sign.
Yeah.
Jay Uso,
Mm-hmm.
hey, well, I know we ain't talking about this, but I know this not a wrestling channel. But that dude Gunter, well, he slapped the piss out of Jay Uso chest about 30 times. That nigga, he darker than me, and he got tattoos, and you still seen the welts of red and purple handprints all over his chest.
Mm.
I was
Mm.
like, we at this point we fighting for real. Like the hell with the everything. We about to get it
Yeah.
on. You're not about to be slapping the shit out of me like this.
Bro, all I'm gonna say to you, Lou, if you got 7, 8 figures coming your way, you gonna be taking them slaps. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Yo, make sure you
Look,
get
hey, Lou,
right.
Yo, he was
100,000, 200,000, 300,000,
he
400,000.
was slapping the shit out of him. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah. People say that, but I always say,
oh
yo, when
nah, yeah. If I know each amount with that slap away. Just don't touch the face or you get shot.
yeah,
Because you can't
yeah.
slap me in the face and get away with it. I don't care how much money there is with that. The chest, that's fine, but let's get paid. Let's get this money.
I know I would. I know I would, in a
Facts.
heartbeat, man.
Like
Facts,
Charlie
So,
man.
Murphy said, you can never slap a man in the face and it's acceptable. Even back in the days when it was fashionable and you did it with a glove, I challenge you to a duel. There was a gunfight after that. Somebody had to die.
no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Is a gunfight or is a sword fight?
Yep.
Damn, man, Indiana, what the
Goddamn,
fuck?
basically, man.
But now I'm out and about. I just quoted a job and I'm about to go take a measurement for another one and estimate something and quote something there. So, but I just had to tap in. You know what I'm saying? Always show my support.
For sure, man. What's your thoughts on the Knicks, man? While we got you here.
I'm okay with the Robinson trade. I'm not okay with the DiVincenzo trade. And like Coach said, if you're gonna trade Hartenstein, you got to get somebody that produces on the equal or greater value.
What the?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I get. I look at the playoffs, especially in basketball, as
But
like,
I'm cool with
yo,
the Randall trade.
you gotta bring that, you gotta bring that dog. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
cool with the Randall trade though.
Depends on what you're getting
Well, yeah, I
Man,
mean you
Rand,
got to get. That's why I said I'm with you.
and
They got to get
but
something of equal or greater value, or
but
no
it
good.
also it's also because you're
who is
getting rid
that?
of a bigger body. So everything that I hear is a wing or a guard. So that
Nah,
means then if you're trading out Randall, that means OG is playing your power forward. And right
nah,
now I want him as a wing
yeah.
player. So now if you're telling me, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know all the power forwards out there. You guys probably know. Luca probably knows more players than I do. It's just I'm looking at it like, okay, well, if I'm going to get rid of a big player like Julius, who am I going to
You're just
bring in?
looking at it with common sense, which is lacking in this generation's thought process. So yeah, I understand. Common sense. It's got to make
Breezy,
sense.
salute, bro. Appreciate you coming through, man. Tap that like button for sure.
Indiana,
If it
damn.
don't make sense, it ain't gonna add up the dollars.
That's right. Word up.
You know what I'm
True
saying?
indeed, man. True indeed, man.
Before I get start to get
Lucas
pissed.
says, to be fair, Hartenstein was also nursing two injuries and Achilles and a neck nerve. Look, I'm
Look
okay
up.
with. I don't got no problem with Hartenstein personally. Like I said, I really don't have no dog in the fight, so to speak. I'm just talking about from a basketball standpoint. You know what I'm saying? I think you can upgrade, especially Precious Achua. I thought that dude looked terrible.
Burks looked horrible too.
Burks
No,
actually
in the
played well.
playoffs,
Yeah.
That
Burks played
the
well in the
last game,
playoffs.
the last game.
Burks
Yeah,
had
last game.
20. He had what 26
He was the
points.
only one playing. Him and DiVincenzo.
DiVincenzo.
Yeah,
That's why I
they
said the
was.
last game he looked.
No, Lou, the whole series, he
He
averaged
had
he
played
averaged
well in game six
15
too.
points a
I
game.
think.
He did. He averaged the first one he had 24 points. I know he was into I think he was into mid or right
That's the one with the
uh,
headband.
who?
No,
That's a
that's
Chua.
Ochoa.
That's a Choa.
That's
Yes,
Ochoa.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah, he was horrible.
no,
Yeah,
no,
that's
no,
what I
no. Burke,
said.
that's
Yeah.
yeah. He
Yeah,
said the
He
Choa
was
that
horrible. That's
didn't
what I
brother
was
with
play.
the
talking about.
headband got to go. He the dude to come out there with the wristband, headband, got all the
No,
gear and can't play.
Remember Alec Burks is the one who was scoring when he came in off the bench. He was when you lost OG, they finally went to him.
No,
He's the
no, I'm
guard.
saying the dude with
Yeah,
the headband. That's the dude I was
yeah.
talking
That's
about.
a Precious
He the
Achua.
one
Yeah.
when you on street ball, he come there with all the gear. You like, oh yeah, he can play. You pick him, he the worst motherfucker on the court. He like this. Why you got all this gear on? You can't even play.
Yeah, he out there stretching.
I
Yeah.
got I got you,
Kill
Luca.
it
I
today.
mean,
Go out there and go 0 for 20.
This motherfucker don't even dribble, just pass. As soon as the ball come your way, pass.
Drew Holiday, man. What's your thoughts on him, Coach? I see.
of course, he's an
But I,
elite
That would be
defender.
I gotta
that
go
would
get
be a
this
good
quote
fit.
before it get too dark for me to measure.
All
Salute,
right, Lou,
bro.
peace.
We'll chat later.
Yo,
I mean, Holiday, yes, he fits perfectly. You switch off, he can play the one, he can play the off ball. Yeah, he can even guard the three at times. So, yeah, no, I mean, I don't. He would be great, So now the question is, if you got him, then you wouldn't
Now
have
he definitely fits the culture.
yes. Now, if you had him, though, you would not have gotten DiVincenzo. That I'll be honest with. Let's be real. So if you get him, but I'm fine with that. If you're not having DiVincenzo, but you have Holiday, I'm fine. I don't have an issue with that. So yeah, no problem. But you know, Devo also that continuity with Brunson, with Hart, and it's there's players that I've always said he fits. And I know some people are going to kill me. This is my unpopular opinion, but
Hit that like button.
Kelly Oubre is a Tibbs player. If you really think about it, he's defensive. He's long arm. He can play. He can score. He can play the one. He can guard the 1, the 2, and the 3. He can play the 2 and the 3. So he fits. Now, is it he has a chip on his shoulder, so is he a dog? I would say he's there at times, but there are times he disappears, but at least he will do all the little things, defense, rebounds, things of that nature, set good screens, so I think he would fit. Drew Holiday, definitely. Championship mentality. He's what I call a quiet assassin. He don't talk trash to nobody, but he'll just go out there. And next thing you know, you're like, damn, this dude is killing it. So, I'm talking about. So, those are the guys that I think fits New York. Marcus Morris, when he first came here, he fit New York. He had that dog mentality. Maybe not the elite skill, but he has the dog mentality. Those are the type of guys that I would like to see. Well, Marcus Morris, he's past his prime, so don't think I'm saying bring him back. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying the mindset, because to NYG's point, that when he says dog, you got to be able to handle New York. That's the first
Yeah.
thing. Everybody cannot handle New York. I'm sorry. That's why some players don't want to come here, because they know the fans are going to be tough on them. The media is going to be tough on them. Sometimes they want an easy route. They want a soft route. They don't want to
Yeah.
work for it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I
Mm-hmm.
got you, Luca. I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Um, real quick, I want to touch on the Rangers real quick. I want to show my Rangers some love, and then I want to. Well, since we're on the basketball, let's go Nets real quick. Um, I just want to pull this mock trade up for the Brooklyn Nets and just see um what everybody thinks about this. So,
Let's go
because
Nets. Let's go
this
Nets.
this team right here is
Got to show
really
our little
beginning
brother some love, man. Got to show the little
to
brother some love.
to. Oh, little brother, huh? Okay.
Okay, how about I say this? The younger brother. The younger brother. Can we say younger brother? How
I don't
about
even
that?
know if you can say that, cause man, never mind. I mean,
Who's been in existence longer, the Knicks or the
yeah,
Nets?
I guess the Knicks.
But I'm just saying, when I say, I don't mean it to be little, but what I'm saying is, when I say, see, that's the thing. I guess other people take it another way. When I say it,
Mm,
it's like with me and my brothers. I'm
yeah.
the oldest. I am.
Mm,
So they're my little brother. I'm also the bigger. They're
it's good,
little.
Miss.
So you know what? But I'm always protect my brothers, because that's my home. But
Absolutely,
yeah, but there times I'm
absolutely.
gonna knock them upside their damn head because they my brothers. Even though we in our 50s, well, my youngest brother, he's in
Well,
he's
you
in his
know what?
30s.
Brothers punch back.
Yeah. Oh no,
Little ones
no.
too.
I want that. I want that. It's no fun if you not. Come on now. Don't just sit there and take it. No, no, no. You gotta dish it out too. That's what makes it great. And look, don't forget, I'm an athlete. I trash talk, man. I want you to
Hey,
trash
me
talk
too.
back, because it goes to layers and
Mm-hmm.
it amps it up. I don't
Getting
take that
right.
shit personal. Excuse my language. Man, come on, man. Come on.
um, Nets in this mock trade right here.
Okay.
So mock trade, Brooklyn Nets get a young playmaker. So let's go through the trade here. I'm not going to read all this. It's basically saying they have some holes to fill, lack of a real playmaker, and this is what I've been talking about right here. And I know my Nets brethren out there. Shout out to Leaf Diggy. Shout out to Big Fan Breezy. Um, and shout out to the whole Who Run the City podcast, man, over there with Knicks and Nets, man. But this is what I'm talking about right here. Real lack of a real playmaker, man. So Brooklyn finished 20th in assists with 25.6 a game, 19 in assists to turnover ratio, 23rd in offensive rating. With great wing scorers like Cam Thomas and Mikal Bridges, the biggest need for Nets is a point guard to create opportunities for others. Now, this is don't shoot the messenger, so to speak. This ain't me proposing this trade. I just want to get everybody's thoughts on, should the Nets be going after a Zach Edey type of player, or do we really need playmakers on the team? Um, So they proposed Josh Giddey. Whatever. Says Josh Giddey recently finished up his first playoff run with the Oklahoma City Thunder and looks good as is going to as good as he's gone this summer. As good as gone this summer. The Australian guard averaged 12.3 points, 6.4 rebounds, and 4.8 assists this past season. But he averaged first 2 seasons he averaged 6.4 and 6.2 assists respectively. Even with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander running the point. So, and he can shoot, and he's 21. So here's the trade. We'll skip down to that. Nets received Giddey, 2024 first round pick. Houston's, ironically. And the Thunder get Nick Claxton, sign and trade, Schroeder, and a 2026 second round pick. All right. Chat, coach, before I give my unpopular opinion, I want to know what you guys think. Y'all hit that like button, please. Share the video if you're feeling the content, and hit the notification bell so you know
the article said you're looking for a playmaker.
That's what the article said.
Yeah. Is Giddey a playmaker? And I would say he's not. You're also giving up Dennis Schroeder, who's, while he's not an elite playmaker, he's still assembling. Who's going to be your playmaker from there? I also here.
This situation
you know what?
would be Giddey. I mean,
now,
according to this article.
Here's the thing, though. Do you really want to touch Josh Giddey now after what he went through, dealing with the underage, whatever happened with the young girl? I don't know the results, but that is clear? Is that still on the table? You're also giving up your starting center. So who's going to be your center off of that? Mm-hmm. So it's like, I mean, now if you're going to say you're going to do Dennis Smith, if you want him to be your starting point guard, I mean, who's your point guard if you got rid of Schroeder?
Right, and the thing too here is the Claxton being in the equation here. I will say this.
I wouldn't do it.
I like the idea of trying to get a playmaker. I do not like this trade.
Mm-mm.
Not a Giddey fan. And wow, that first round pick looks nice. It does.
Well, you know what? Can you get a point guard, because I think they say there's point guards in this draft.
I mean, it's some pretty good players.
But then it's a young rookie point guard, and you're gonna make too many mistakes. I mean, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it from.
But is this a team that's supposed to be competing, or is this a team that's developing? See, I feel like the Brooklyn Nets need to pick a direction too. You know, we're talking about get this player, get that player to make the team competitive in the short term. But what about the long term? What are we doing in the long term to build out this roster?
Giddey is still young. He's still young. He does have a good skill set. My biggest concern, more than anything, is his off the court issues. That's my biggest concern. That's why it's a red flag for me. If he didn't have it, I probably would be more receptive to it, because you still, like you said, you guys have no draft picks in this year. No. So you're getting something. So, you know, and yeah, I know you're giving up. You would give up Claxton and Schroeder, you know, but Schroeder would also be going back. Don't forget, he was already at OKC, and wasn't he cut? So, you know, it's not like they probably would cut him again, and you could probably still pick him back up if you needed to. So, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I'm not.
Fan, to me,
no, I'm looking at. But
I'm more concerned about Claxton in the deal than Schroeder. I'll trade.
So who if you get rid of him, who are your other centers on your roster?
Other than Claxton would be Day'Ron Sharpe.
And outside of him,
and Derek Whitehead, but I'm thinking he's more of a
Was it?
four-ish player.
I thought
A
he was a
four.
three. I don't
Whitehead
know.
is a
Maybe.
four.
Okay. Okay. You would know better than me. So for some reason, I'm thinking he was a three.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a four.
Yeah, he was down. He was down. He was down.
Or is it the other? Hold up. No, Clowney. That's the one I'm thinking about. My bad. I'm
Oh, okay.
confusing them. Noah Clowney. Whitehead
Touchdown.
is the guard. Yeah, you're
Okay.
right. Clowney is the guy I'm thinking about. So
Okay.
you got
But
Clowney, Sharp, and
you also don't know what your new head
gotcha.
coach, what type of system he's going to run either too. So,
Yeah,
we talk about
that's
Tibbs and culture. Does Claxton fit what he wants to do offensively?
right, right, right,
So,
right, right,
I
right.
mean,
I don't know. I don't
it's a catch-22 because we don't know. We don't know. You have a new. I mean, I like the. I'm going to be honest. I love the Juwan Howard signing to your coaching staff. I'm sorry.
know. Yeah, I like him better than the head coach, but that's just me.
Yeah, and he brings that Miami culture to what you
Yeah,
guys are doing.
yeah,
So I just don't know about. I've heard so many good things about this coach. I just don't know. He could be that hidden gem, bro. He really could. So
yeah, man.
so
Cause I just
Breezy said he could speak to it.
I'll drop the link for you, Breeze. Check your Twitter. We're gonna do it like this, but I don't know, man. I don't
I
I'm
get it. I get it. And I'm with you, bro. Because I'm like, it's just number one. Josh Giddey right now is like, I don't know. He's young. I get it. Some people like him, but that off the court stuff where you sleeping with an underage girl and
yeah, yeah, yeah,
it's like, bro, and you're gonna be in the city. You're gonna be in the city. I'm telling you right now. You're gonna get draws thrown at you, bro. If you in OKC, if you in OKC, no, and that's the reason why I'm saying this. He's in OKC. So imagine being in New York City. Like, seriously,
yeah,
we talk
yeah.
about some cats is not built for
Mhm.
New York. This kid,
Mhm.
he's young. Maybe he made a mistake and it's cleared. And I don't know. I just know he was accused, and I haven't
Go to
heard
your
anything
Twitter
else.
DM, Breezy. I
So
dropped the
with
link.
that being said, if he made that mistake,
Clowney.
what do you think is going to happen in New York City? You got to keep your nose totally clean.
Mhm.
You got really so, and it's like, yo, right now I don't know. You got a new coaching staff. They got to build their coach. I don't know if I would touch that right now, even though you don't have a draft pick right now.
True, true, true. Yeah. I just like I said, I just like the idea of going out and getting a playmaker. Now,
Yes,
people
no, let me do
saying
this.
Donovan Mitchell, I'm not really pushing that narrative, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really pushing that narrative. I just I don't know.
Let Donovan Mitchell establish what he's going to do first. Because the whole thing is if he does not sign his contract, but don't forget, you also got Miami and the Lakers who are sniffing after him too. So it's still
Mm,
going to cost you something. But
mm,
Donovan Mitchell, he would love to be back in New York City, whether it's the Nets or whether it's the Knicks. He's not a
mm.
fit for the Knicks. I'm just going to be honest. People can
I don't
kill me.
think
Y'all
he's a
can
fit
kill
for
it.
the Nets.
Y'all can kill me all you want. With what we're doing right now, he's not a he would take away from what you would want from Brunson,
Mm,
because he's dealing right now with that with Garland. Garland was ascending, and then you brought him in, and then Garland is like, and they're both smallish. They're both around six
mm,
one, 6'2". So teams are going to take advantage of you defensively. At least Devo
mm,
is 6'4" ish, somewhere in that range. So he's not 6'1", 6'2". So it's not like he's uberly small.
mm.
So you can get away with it there. But you know Mitchell, for me, No, and not with what you're doing with Brunson. So,
Mm.
um, I'm liking where Julius is, and if you can get OG to be that number three scorer, I'm cool with it. D, him and Devo battle it out for the number three scorer. That's cool. I'm fine with it there. It does what you need them to do, but you say he's not good for a good fit for the Nets. Okay, I'll take
I
your.
just, I just like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm with you.
Who you bringing in with Donovan Mitchell? What's the team gonna look like? That's the thing I'm saying. I'm not with this hero coming to rescue the team narrative, man. We talk about that with football. I'm just not. I'll put it in the chat for you, Breezy. But anybody else in the chat, I'm not gonna let you on, respectfully, because we want to stay on topic. Um, I just I don't need to rambling and about other. But this portion of the show, I do want to hear what Breezy has to say because where is this team going? Where is this Nets team going? We can talk about the Knicks too, but to me, you need to be looking across the street and saying, "All right, I see what they doing over there." You know what I'm saying? I see what they doing over there, and I get it.
Ah, boy.
You know what I'm saying? I see what they doing over there, and what I mean
Mm-hmm.
by that is like, look, the
Of
Knicks
course. Oh,
building it up, brick by brick. You know what I'm saying? What we over here doing? Bring in superstars, you ship them out. Now you got other guys in here. Now we ready to ship these guys out. You don't know who to pay. You confused with the coaching, confused with the culture.
you know
Can you
what?
develop your young guys? What are
You
you
got me.
doing
You
with the
got me,
veterans?
NYG. You really got me, NYG. Because when
What?
you said when you look across the street, you know what I thought of first?
What?
I thought of the Liberty.
Oh.
I thought you were talking about the Liberty for a second. You didn't say across the river. You said across the street. So that's what it's
Yeah,
like. I
yeah.
mean, y'all are in the same building. I
Well, it's the
think.
same sort of, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
look at the Liberty. I mean, that's a good point too. You know what I'm saying? They drafted
all right.
Sabrina.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
You
Now I know
build your
they traded
foundation,
for Brianna, but they still bought
but
in
you built your foundation first.
right. What is the foundation of this Brooklyn Nets team? Where are we going? Big fan Breezy, man, my brother, man. Welcome to the show, man. Appreciate you, man. Long time no speak, man. How you doing, bro?
Oh man, it's good being here, man. Shout out to the
What's up, Breeze?
coach. Shout out to NYG 22. Shout out to sports, man. Yeah, Heart of the City. 2 seasons now. Shit is it's
Mm-hmm.
looking good, man. Y'all
Yeah, bro.
making strides in the right direction, man.
Going on?
For
Wait a minute,
sure.
isn't this three? Who's going on three? Because
Going
Jeff
on
was the
three
first.
seasons.
Jeff was on
Three
the first
seasons.
one.
Yep.
Jeff was on the first one, the
Yep.
first season before he
Yeah,
Yeah.
passed
for
on.
sure.
Then we kicked it and kept it going. Maybe it's not a
Yeah.
full through
The
two.
start of football season will be our
Yeah,
third season. Yeah.
so it's two and a half, 2.5. Yeah, so
2.5.
yeah.
That's what's
Yep.
up.
I'm
So,
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Breezy. Go ahead. I'm
no,
sorry. Go
What's
I
ahead.
good,
want.
man? Talk to you, man. What's speaking, man, with these Nets?
It's a few things. One, I want us to add it to the coach mentioning Juwan Howard. I think he's there for Noah Clowney and Nick Claxton to develop a midi. If y'all
Mm-hmm.
seen Juwan Howard play, y'all would know that he wasn't necessarily a long ball shooter, but he was great at the midi and getting to the basket. To not be long winded, I think that's why he's there. That's the essential reason why he's there. And I think I was listening. I think Jordy Fernandez, he fits him in, not necessarily making Clax a player that can create his own shot, but someone impactful if there's a double on a Cam Thomas or if there's a double somewhere. I guess he wants Claxton to be able to score on an ISO situation, not just look for on a pick and roll situation. I agree with you guys about the Donovan Mitchell. Y'all know I'm not rocking with it. I don't care what he did in Utah and Cleveland. It's not enough to say that he should be here. I mean, he did less than Katie and Kyrie did for Cleveland and Golden State, respectfully. At least those were stars that came here who already had a championship. So he's the lesser of a Kyrie and Katie, in my opinion, my humble opinion. That being said, it would give us a small backcourt. We don't necessarily need that. And Cam Thomas is a prolific scorer without that crazy contract that Donovan Mitchell got. He would be here one year, and he would be focused on his contract year. And for what it's worth, I don't know if y'all ever heard this quote. Kobe Bryant said he would exploit and expose players that was on their contract year because he know they was trying to stuff the stat sheet. We don't need Donovan Mitchell here trying to stuff the stat sheet so that way he could get up the max from us. So I'm 100% against Donovan Mitchell being traded here, especially when you mentioned my man Pots and Pans. I ain't even gotta say his name, you know what I'm saying? My man Pots and Pans Cam, you know what I mean? So hopefully we, and just to put this on your mind because this is how I feel. And honestly, I got this take from T Time. He was saying Matisse Thybulle, a good perimeter defender, somebody you might want to sort after. I kind of agree with him on that. But I think who Jordy Fernandez is and his rapport around the league, he's going to attract players that want to play for him. The whole thing about the stretch big, we just acquired an assistant coach from the Denver Nuggets. Now, as y'all know, Jokic there and Michael Porter Jr. is there. So I imagine that assistant coach is here to work with the stretch bigs and Clowney and Claxton. I'm just telling you what I know. It was something else that I wanted to say.
What's your thoughts on the trade I got up here on the screen?
Oh,
If you can see the screen. If not, I'll
yeah,
read it
yeah,
out to you.
yeah.
It's yeah.
No, no, I could see it. They not like us, man. We can't have Josh Giddey here, man. They not like us. They not like us, man. I'm telling you, it's the Brooklyn is too much for him, bro. He got that on his name already. It's too much, bro. It's too
Yeah.
much. Not to mention by getting the Josh Giddey, he doesn't do what Claxton does. He's not going to be able to. You feel what I mean? Do what Claxton do. He's not going to be blocking shots like that, and you know what I mean. And he gonna want the ball in his hand, and that's going to take away, the ball from Cam Thomas in his hand. And he's not a prolific scorer like Cam Thomas. I am totally against this trade. Oh, the other thing I wanted to tell you about Jordy Fernandez is I think he's going to get Kevin Herter. Kevin Herter is going to be a free agent in the offseason, and as y'all know, he shoots at a pretty fair high clip. He's a good jump shooter, and he played for the Sacramento Kings while Jordy Fernandez was an assistant coach there. So I think it's very
What he
possible.
play?
A two guard. He plays a two
Okay.
guard.
Hurd is also from Albany. Matter of fact, his sister was at Rutgers, but she transferred out, and now she's at Fairfield. So, but yeah, it would bring him back to the area, which that makes sense. What you're saying, Breezy. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it was another player I said that he could attract. Kevin Herter was one of them, and just on that note, though, maybe another player from the Sacramento Kings, or I think he has such a good rapport around the league that I'm interested, and I think the Brooklyn Nets, are going to be one of the first teams after the Larry O'Brien is given to the winner, uh, to shake the scene with players on the roster. They doing all of the moves that's necessary as assistant coach. We kept Corey Vincent. He's good. We kept a few of the assistant coaches, but a few of them we let go as well. So he's doing all the necessary steps to have his coaching staff ready for the regular season. And if you watch his press conference, he spoke about being here early. As soon as the Kings got eliminated, he was here like the very next week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I don't like this trade, and I don't like the Donovan Mitchell trade. But I know there's going to be a lot
But
of.
do you think we need playmakers? That's this is my thing, man. Like this Nets team, and I don't agree with the trade either. But I do agree with this part right here,
Minute
and
Clinic could see.
and this is what I want to get your thoughts on. It says, and it's just about the playmaking. You know what I mean? The biggest was lack of a real playmaker. That we finished 20th in assists, 19th in assist to turnover ratio, and 23rd in offensive rating. We have great wing scores like Cam Thomas and Mikal Bridges. The biggest need is a point guard to create opportunities for said players or others. And that's my thing. That's my stance. You know, that's what I was talking about earlier when you guys were live on your show, Breezy, is that I think this is a pressing need just as much as us adding rebounding and in the front court.
I totally agree with you. Mikal Bridges is an off-ball player. He was supposed to be a shot creator next to Cam Thomas. He isn't. It is what it is. Case in point is I don't want to force him to become a shot creator going into next season. I
Right. Let
do
him play his
agree.
game.
Yeah, I have to agree with sports. I think we do need a shot creator, but to be honest with you, I would like to see somebody in a low post. That way, we won't be one dimensional, where all our offense is coming from, the top of the 3 point line and driving the basket. You definitely want a low post threat. That way, you could create space for 3 point shooters, uncontested 3 pointers, and just ultimately being a 2 dimensional team opposed to being a one-way threat. No disrespect to the Knicks, but I felt like because they didn't have Randall, they didn't have a low post threat, somebody that could get to the rim.
Facts.
Um, and that kind of made them one dimensional. And no matter how good a coach is, and I don't want to put no knocks on Tibbs, uh, but you playing one team 7 times. They're eventually going to slow Brunson down here, there, and they had no other shot creator outside of Jalen Brunson. So, in my opinion, to win in this league, you really do kind of need two shot creators or a dynamic point guard. Like for instance, the Wolves, they got Ant Man and Cat. You call Cat what you want. He is their second shot creator. He was first for a long time, and when Ant Man came, the roles changed. But to your point, NYG, yes, I think if you're gonna be a team to compete in the NBA, you need two shot creators, and that's part of the formula of success.
Yeah, because I look at it and I agree. Cam can get his shot. He's probably the only, one of the only shot creators on this team. But again, you know what I'm saying? I think he's better suited, playing off ball. Maybe in a combo guard spot. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I don't, and you're right with Bridges. He's not that guy. You know what I'm saying? Bridges is not that guy. You know, what we thought. You know what I'm saying? So again, I don't. And here's what I'm thinking. If that's the kind of player you want, how do we get that player? You know what I'm saying? Because if we're talking about holding on the Bridges, keeping Cam Thomas, and bringing back Nicholas Claxton, and we have no draft picks, and I'm not talking about basically to me just going and getting Zach Edey. That don't move the needle for me. You know what I'm saying? If you want to post up player, get a post up player that's gonna be that dude, like you talking about with a Cat or somebody of that caliber. Maybe not that caliber, but maybe a tad below, so to speak, because those players they're gonna have to come from the draft. I feel like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, well, well. Let me make sure. Let me make sure if I'm understanding you correctly, YG. You said you need to get a low post player who's going to handle the low post, right? That is
Well,
Zach Edey.
that's what Breezy was saying.
Okay.
yeah, yeah. No, but that's what I mean. Again, we talking about it, but I
But
like
what I'm
Zach
saying
Edey.
is, you got Clowney, you got Clash. Where is all these big dudes playing?
But that's the thing. Again, we gotta see what Jordy Fernandez consider his brand in basketball.
Right.
But
Hmm.
and the reason why Zach Edey will continue to come up this whole entire offseason is because Jordy Fernandez is the one. Now, just for context, Nick Nurse was the coach of the Canada national team. When
Hmm.
he left, Jordy Fernandez became the coach of the national team of Canada. Jordy Fernandez pretty much had one choice. The only one thing that he did was go get Zach Edey out of college, for that matter, to play for the national team. And when he did, he averaged 15 and 14. Now, that's nothing to sneeze at for me. You know what I mean?
You're right.
So I might disagree with you a little bit about it moving the needle, because I feel like if we could get Claxton Clowney to start, and we could get Zach
If
Edey
we,
to come on.
I understand Zach Easy. I'm getting rid of Claxton
Why? Tell me why. Tell me why.
because again, we need what you're saying, and I agree. If you're gonna get Zach Eady, that's fine. I don't I don't need him and Claxton and Clowney and Dayron Sharp. I just don't need all those big guys. I need front court, back court help as well, in the form of playmaking. Or are we gonna make a trade and go and get uh, another scorer on the wing? I prefer a point guard, like I said, to set up Bridges to play off Zach Edey, because again, if you're putting this guy in the post, you need to surround him with scorers and shooters.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
That's what Purdue
we're
did. That's exactly what Purdue did. They set
and
up 3-point
Claxton and
shooters. Yep.
Clowney and all these other guys, they're not gonna fit into the rotation. I understand on the bench, maybe you push one of those guys to the bench, but again, that can be your young player instead of paying Nicholas Claxton to do what you don't want him to do, which is be a post-up player.
Yeah. I mean, you make valid points. I just don't see. I see Clax as also a culture guy, and I'll say this to you and the coach, because I know he covers a lot of college sports. Um, as a franchise, I think it's best for the Nets to pay Clax to show that these future draft picks that we have, that you can have success here. Imagine every time, because it happened to Jared Allen, and if they don't pay Clax, it happened to Jared Allen, it happened to Karras, it happened to Spencer, and if we let it happen to Clax, when it's time to sign these players that been here 3-4 seasons, when it's time to sign them to a contract, mind you, NYG 22, uh, this is Clax would be his third contract. He was on a rookie scale contract. Then, because of Katie Harden and Kyrie, he was considerate to those circumstances. Said, you know what, give me a 2-year contract. We'll work it out. We'll come back. We'll revisit this conversation after the 2 years. I think he deserves to get paid by the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, the Brooklyn Nets will be foolish to pay Jalen Wilson on a 3-year contract, Cam Johnson after 28 games, and then Clax put in all that work. He played more games than Jalen Wilson, Ben Simmons, and who else I just mentioned? Jalen Wilson, Ben Simmons, and Cam Johnson combined since his tenure as Nets. It's only right they pay Claxton NYG 22. I mean, it doesn't make sense to pay. How do you pay Ben Simmons, Cam Johnson, and Jalen
Ben
Wilson? And I like
Simmons is the
Jalen Wilson,
problem. We know that. I mean, you can't get
but as a
around that.
but as a franchise, how you not pay him, and he put in all this work for you? He's considerate. That year they talking about, oh yeah, we was talking about trading Clax. No, Clax probably felt like, yo, I can leave. My rookie contract is done. But he said part of the reason why he wanted to stay is so he can compete. He can contend. Oh, excuse me. But this is an early conversation, man. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Me and you, NYG 22, we might be on different sides of the spectrum about Clax. I kind of want to keep Clax. I think we need him at the fort, and we don't need him for offense, especially if we could get somebody like Zach Edey. And Zach Edey wouldn't be a problem, depending if Sean Marks know how to maneuver like that. You know what I'm saying?
Here's
Trade
here's the
DFS,
here's the
trade Cam
problem.
Johnson, get a draft pick.
Here's the problem, Breezy, and I'm with you. You can keep Claxton. That's kind of not what I'm arguing here. I'm arguing you're getting redundant when you're bringing in when you're talking about bringing in Zach Edey to play with Claxton, Dayron Sharp. Let me give you the names here. Dorian Finney-Smith, power forward. Wofford, power forward. Sharp, center. Cam Johnson, another 4. Clowney, another 4. we can't even mention Ben Simmons. You know what I'm saying? You need backcourt help. You got Cam Thomas, Dennis Smith, who's a free agent, and Lonnie Walker, who's a free agent, and Schroeder.
Nah, I'm with you, but I'm coming. If
You
it's
see
up
what
to
I'm
me, I'm
saying?
no, I do see what you're saying. I'm coming off of DFS and CJ. I'm letting DSJ walk, and I'm keeping Schroeder.
Okay,
I'm
now we
I'm
talking. Okay, cause yeah, some of these guys got to get moved. But go ahead, I'm
Yeah,
listening.
yeah. Cam Johnson, LaGuardia, JFK, whatever you prefer, my guy. DFS, same thing. Did Dennis Smith Jr. He's good, but I like Schroeder over Dennis Smith Jr. and I would and want to sign DSJ again. We definitely got to keep trending Warford. He's somebody that I know we're going to re-sign, and the reason why I'm confident. And I say no is because Steve Hatsu is the assistant coach, and he was the assistant coach with the Portland Trailblazers last season, and that's where we got Trendon Watford from. So I got big confidence that he's going to stay to help out with the chemistry with Trendon Watford and Cam Thomas, because as you guys already know, Cam Thomas and Trendon Watford played ball together in LSU. So that being said, they working on the chemistry with the coaching and the players, and these are the players that they're going to develop. When you see Jawan Howard there, that's to develop Clowney and Claxton
The
for
big
the
guys,
mid.
right,
You know what I'm
right.
saying? But to your point, we don't really have an answer for the guards, and we do have to sort players out. I want to keep Cam Thomas and Schroeder, but we need to let go of those players I mentioned prior so we could get help. Because honestly, I like Lonnie, but his availability isn't consistent enough for say we can rely on him.
He's a good role
So,
player, but to be playing like big time minutes, I don't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
nah,
I
facts,
don't. I don't
facts.
want to see that. Salute, Tudo. What's good, man? Appreciate you tapping in, man. We getting into some basketball conversation here. You know what I'm saying? I know we got NFL fans, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But this is good stuff here, man. Because again, we talk Knicks, we talk Nets, man. But I'm always the guy that like, what is the plan? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? Like, all the ifs and buts. Like, damn that. Like, how do we fix this thing? You know what I'm saying? So that's what we talking about here. We just talked Knicks. Now we doing Nets, man. We'll get to the Giants and Jets here in a minute. But that's all I'm saying, Breezy. We need to. The Nets need to really take a look at this roster and decide, like, all right, who's staying, who's going. I might do a video like that, stay or go. You know what I'm saying? Because again, this group of players, it ain't working, man. It just ain't working, bro. We didn't make a play in, bro. Like that's embarrassing in the Eastern Conference. You know what I'm saying? When you didn't pay what's his boy John Cam Johnson. You know what I'm saying? You traded for Bridges. You bought Bridges in here. These guys ain't really shown me much this year. Now I'm not down on Bridges as much. You know what I'm saying? I know he had some shooting slumps in the season, but again, as a shooter, I know players go through that. You know what I'm saying? You have down seasons, but the talent is clear. Same thing with Cam Thomas. So those players I don't necessarily want to move on from. But as far as what you're building around these guys, needs to be upgraded significantly, man. And you need to figure out who you paying, who you keeping, and who you moving on from. You know, if you want to keep Claxton, that's fine. I like Nick Claxton, bro. I thought he should have won Defensive Player of the Year a couple years ago. So
Yeah,
I'm not knocking Claxton. I don't want redundancy. I don't want to go out and bring Zach Edey, big giant slog. You know what I'm saying? And you got all these big guys, no space being created on the floor. You know what I'm saying? And teams just running you up and down the court all game. So again, that's where I'm coming from. I feel like we need more playmakers, more shot creators, and more shooters as well. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to bring in, I like the idea that you said to bring in. Let's bring in Jawan Howard. Let's give these guys a year. You know what I'm saying? To develop and see what you got in a Clowney or Wofford or Sharp or whoever. That would be my proposal. You know what I'm saying?
no, I'm with y'all. But no, I just wanted to say because I don't really get a chance to say this in the chat. It'd be too much to tap in. I
Go
want to
ahead.
say first and foremost, we all miss Jeff. He was, you mentioned him earlier. He was a real dynamic part of the show, man. Like you can't replace his energy. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to say, shout to y'all. Y'all still keep it pushing. And I just miss Jeff, man. I miss Jeff because right now, man, I need him right now. You know what I'm saying? In the off season, with the 32 wins and the 50
Yeah.
losses, man. I wish he was here. I wish he was here, man. But
Yeah,
salute to you
man.
guys. I gotta get back to it.
It's been
I'm
tough,
gonna be in
man.
the chat though, y'all. Peace.
All right, peace, peace. Appreciate you tapping in, Breezy. I'm gonna bring in Relief and Mets. I'm gonna give you guys the floor, let you say your piece, and then we're gonna get on to some football if you don't guys don't mind. But
Okay.
Leaf, well, Mets, go ahead, say your piece. Please be brief.
Okay. First, the whole Nick thing. If there was any other thing that screwed them over, it was the 78 grievances Carlisle put out after game two. After that, the Knicks basically got their defensive balls chopped off. You know what I mean?
Pause.
And coupled with Brunson getting tunnel vision offensively. Anytime he had the ball, it was dribble, 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 never look up at the passing lane, keep his head down and focus on the ball, and then throw up a bad shot. For those final 5 games, up until he got his hand broken, until he fractured his hand in the final one. That frustrated me to no end that he would keep doing that. Did he really have no trust in any of his partners in crime?
So you putting it on Brunson,
To
the
some levels,
loss, the
yes. I mean,
series.
there were times. I mean, you know that there were times when there were timeouts called during the regular season when Randall did play. He would basically get in Brunson's grill and tell him to pass the ball when he got in that mindset. I get that the team was stretched thin, but that doesn't justify throwing the burden on your own shoulders.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I get what you're saying, man, but again, what is the guy supposed to do? He ain't working with much around him. I mean, your whole lineup is pretty much out. You know what I'm saying? You got Precious Achua and McBride playing big minutes in a game 7. That's no good. No bueno. So again, yeah, Brunson he can look for help, but where is it? Your heart is hurt. You know, other than DiVincenzo and then Alec Burks sighting, it wasn't much out there. To be honest with you.
And with the Nets, on the other hand, why does it feel like the roles between the Knicks and Nets from like a decade ago have reversed, or even 2 decades ago? With the Nets going the get rich, the win now, get rich quick scheme setup when they're not ready with the configuration they have, or just being too stacked in the front and not having enough in the back.
Well, it comes down to management, Mets.
I mean,
We have the worst general manager, maybe in NBA history.
We have an absolute terrorist in the front office. He needs to be sent to Guantanamo Bay, put under the jail. We don't give
this is
him no sunshine, no light, no nothing. You understand me?
I know, but
Nothing.
I'm just saying. Does this feel like the Isaiah Thomas days for the Knicks, like 20 years ago with the Nets?
No, I wouldn't say it's that worse. No, no, it ain't that bad. The Knicks was running off 50 loss seasons. Well, we ain't doing that. I
I'm
mean, even
just
even
saying.
though we did lose 50 games this year, but I mean,
I'm
I don't
just
think
saying
it's
it's the
in
same
that direction.
mindset. Get rich quick, win now when you're not ready for it.
Ready or not, this is New York.
The point still applies, does it not? UPO.
It does apply, but the thing is, it's like building a team through solely through the draft and solely through trades. I guess if you're in Denver, if you're in Indiana, if you're in Minnesota, even if you're in a rectangular state like Utah, um,
Colorado's the worst.
that's the route that you want to go. But and when you're in a metropolitan area, when you're in a New York or when you're in a even a Miami or a Dallas or a Chicago or
Or in
definitely in
LA.
LA, yes, you have a fan base and you have the media that demands stuff now, and you have it costs a lot of money to be in Brooklyn. I'm pretty sure, like, because it's costing me a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to, like, if the Nets win the championship next year, I gotta move out because I can't afford this. I gotta move out. I gotta move to New Mexico, bro. Like, you gonna see Leaf stream the game,
y'all
man.
still up there in New York, man. I know it's tough, man.
Living outside Charlotte's a pain in the ass. I mean, we don't really have any.
Charlotte ain't shit compared to New York.
Oh my god!
I know.
All due respect. I live in the South.
Charlotte is a piece of trash compared to New York.
Except for the Hurricanes, and they're out in Raleigh. We don't have a legit.
I mean, it's not trash. I'm just saying, like, price wise, it's vastly different. Vastly different, man.
That's definitely price wise. But to talk on the series, I don't give a damn how the Knicks lost. I don't give a damn who was injured. I don't give a damn who got injured. All I care about is that they lost. Second round exit. 50-win team.
Are the
hold on. Let them speak. You had your turn. Sorry. So this is what we're gonna do.
50-win team, second round exit, just like KD and the Nets. That's what I like to see. Failure. That's what I like to see on Knicks fans' faces. I like to see all of them legends come courtside to them games, bro, and see the reoccurring scene that happened in the 90s over and over and over and over and over again. That's what I want to see. There's no bright future for this team because Jalen Brunson ain't the superstar to take them there. It's just that simple. I don't care how many injuries happen. The thing is, you're trying to get somebody who was initially a B minus talent at best to get him to get A+ results. You can't do it, and you damn sure can't do it with little itty bitty ass Jalen Brunson, and you can't do it with Coach Tom Thibodeau's play style. Because his play style basically burns out anybody he touches at all times. We seen it 12 years ago, and we seeing it now. Who do I blame for this? I blame Tom Thibodeau for this, because a lot of those injuries that did happen. Guess what? The Knicks had held substantial leads in a lot of those games, and a lot of those players were still in them games, and they messed around and got hurt. I feel no pity for this franchise, and damn sure no pity for their fan base.
So what you're saying is you're in a similar alignment to what I always accused Thibodeau of being, a tunnel vision tin man who's more about making sacrifices out of teams than for them.
There you go. That's it right there.
Right, is that what you were getting at?
Let's let my coach get in here and rebuttal and defend his squad.
Go ahead, coach.
I'm not going to defend them. I mean, I've been defending them more than the Knicks fans, actually, and no more. Look, you on your own here.
Go ahead, coach.
Leaf has spoke his unpopular opinion on the New York Knicks, and
I was gonna actually blame Rick Carlisle for whining like a little you-know-what.
Well, coach, I
have nothing to say.
Nothing. That's good, coach.
I mean, I'm not wrong.
I'm glad we about to navigate to the football topic of this thing, because now I got to go put my yellow on and go get my Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yeah, now you're really about to get trashed.
Am I?
You guys anything different on me?
Packers. Nah, let me tread lightly. I gotta go to Green Bay next year. So
yes, you do. Yes, you do.
For this draft.
You gotta go on down to Wisconsin. That's right. You gotta make that road trip.
Doesn't mean he's gotta make his way up to Wisconsin?
Yeah.
That's
up, down, same shit, whatever.
Yeah, up, down, the same thing.
But yeah, we do gotta get to the Giants, man. We've been talking a lot of basketball, man. So let's dive right into it, man. You know it, man. Let's get into this OTA talk. So Giants OTAs, man. And the talk is about Malik Neighbors, man. Neighbors is out. Oh, do not interrupt me, please. I'm gonna cut you. This is why I don't do this. The show needs to be respected in the proper format, and I am the host. When you're on a live stream, match, just YouTube etiquette. Never interrupt the host. Ever. Because they're the ones that control whether you come on the platform or not. And if the host is interrupted, guess what? they're not gonna let you come on their platform, or they're gonna boot you, or it's gonna mess up the show. You know what I'm saying? So we don't want to mess up the show. We got a good show going on tonight.
Right.
All right, until he put this fucking hat on. But anyway, OTAs, man. So Giants OTAs, man, coming out of OTAs, of course. News is Daniel Jones is thrown. I know, no, don't want to hear that. Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones. Anyway, Daniel Jones is out there throwing, and, you know, by all reports, looks fine. You know, looks to be on track to start the season. Well, at least training camp. Of course, you have rookies doing drills. Little news and notes. Shout out to the people covering the Giants OTAs. I am sort of tapped out on Giants news at this point, but we got a show to do. But I do watch content, you know what I'm saying, as well as make content. So shout out to Pat, Dash, and all the fellas out there, you know, BBK Knockout and all the guys out there putting content out on the Giants. But everything I'm hearing is, you know, Malik Neighbors looks fantastic. The offensive line configuration is a little different than we initially thought, which is could be nothing really. It's still OTAs. They might just be, you know, trying people out. But John Illuminor is at left guard, Andrew Thomas at right tackle, John Runyon at right guard, and Evan Neal at right tackle. Speaking of Evan Neal, he looks to be working his way back from the injury, according to all reports, you know, as well as I mentioned, Daniel Jones, and then Azudu, and a couple other players. But everybody seems to be in attendance, most of them anyway. And I think this one is voluntary, right, Coach? This OTA is voluntary.
I think so. I think they started voluntary. I don't think it's mandatory as of yet.
Yeah, I think it gets mandatory like in June or whatever. But so that's kind of the deal right there with the Giants. And to me, I'm looking at this thing, man, and I'm like, if this line is just okay, then think the Giants gonna have a pretty good season. I really do, because Malik Neighbors is that dude. Malik Neighbors is that dude. Highest looking pretty good out there. Of course, you know, we got Slayton still there, Wan'Dale Robinson, etc. People down on the Giants, I don't even care. Because you know what? Every year y'all get down, guess where we end at? We end in the championship. Every time. So that is not where I'm looking at right now. What I'm looking at is to see this team grow and progress. To see, and the big thing that I'm talking about now is teaching, development, teaching, you know what I'm saying? Working on skills, working on certain drills, you know, because this is a young team, you know, outside of, you know, Green Bay down there. This is a young team, you know, so you need your coaching to be on point. Be on point. And I like, you know, the fact that Bowen, Brasillo, some of these new coaches coming in right now, it seems to be that they're getting off to a good start. So that's the main takeaway from this OTA. You know what I'm saying? Rookies look smooth. You know, injuries are progressing. The guys that are injured are progressing. And the coaching is, you know, to me, it seems like they're really, really honing in on, you know, technique, just the little things, you know what I'm saying? Real coaching points, especially with this offensive line. And, of course, the defense, you know, going into a new system. But, Coach, I'm going to give you the floor. Tell me what your thoughts is on, we got some people in the chat here. Haters with Jones. Yeah, I mean, goddamn the A. Jones, boy.
It's going to sound crazy coming from me, but I haven't really tapped into the Giants as yet because it was...
What's up, Philly? What's good?
What's up, halftime, my brother? Thanks for tapping in. But I haven't tapped into football as of yet because of basketball. Though I was so invested in basketball, and
Oh yeah,
because
oh yeah.
it's the off
Indiana's
season,
winning. Oh,
and
whoa.
a lot of the issues with I mean, it's just a lot of negativity going around. So I've kind of like, you know what,
It is.
I
It
don't
is.
want to I don't want to focus on that as of yet. You know, I got the Knicks was going in. I got the Liberty right now, so I'm ready to rock with the Liberty. You know, and I'm going to get into football in a little bit. I really am. So don't think I'm not. I'm focusing on what's going on. Like I've been looking into Rutgers camp with a lot of things that's going on there. With their projections and so on and so forth. So, and I'm trying to get involved in a lot of because the Giants. To be honest with you, though, it's easy for me to really get into it and tap in and look at what they're
Mm-hmm.
doing. It really
Yeah.
is. But I'm also trying to improve on coach's corner and a lot of other stuff I got going on. As far as right now, training camp, a lot of it is voluntary. So
It
I don't
is.
I don't feed too much into it
Those are
because
Green Bay hats.
it's voluntary. So you're not going to have everyone there. So it doesn't. I get the point. You're trying to build up a certain level of continuity, but you can only get but so much in reference to it. So
Mm-hmm. Mets. Got a question for you. Lowe's says, how much is a plank of lumber? Got that Lowe's hat on. He want to know how much the lumber going for over there.
I think around $30 a plank. I mean, but then again, I'm not in the lumber department. I'm in the home. I'm in the garden center department.
Oh, you really work there?
Yes, legit.
Oh,
I've been working there for the past couple months.
my bad, yo. I thought he was saying it as a joke. I guess he's really
Hey,
serious.
I listen. I'm up here for a minute, but I think coach is our good coach
What's good, Alex? What's
is either
good, man?
what's good, Alex, what's good, Blue, what's good, Philly. I think coach is either a combination of distracted and defeated on today's.
oh, I'm never defeated. I'm never the one thing about me, Leaf. Never, ever, ever. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. I take that very seriously, man. I mean, I can separate the game itself from life, but I don't allow it to dictate me, who I am, and defeat me to that magnitude. I'm not an average fan. I get it. There are fans out there that get defeated. I get disappointed, yes. I can get disappointed. I'll agree with you there, but I'm never defeated because guess why, Leaf? And this is going to sound arrogant and cocky, but I'm a champion. A champion is never defeated. And
That's
all
right.
throughout my career, no matter what, if I go through my whole career from youth football, playing in college, everything, 5 losing seasons, man, 5 losing seasons, and you're talking about over 40 years. So I'm a champion. I'm a winner. So I'm not easily defeated. I'm arrogant. I'm cocky when it comes to being a competitor. So, but I also understand about competition. You know what? You beat me. What do I always say? I'm at NYG. I'd rather you beat me because I'm gonna go into the film room. I'm gonna go into my lab and I'm gonna study and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna smack you in your face. So you know what? I'm not defeated, brother. Am I distracted? Yeah, yeah. I'm flipping channels. I'm watching the basketball game. I'm actually watching the Hogan's Heroes right now. And the blonde chick, she was giving y'all know what I'm talking about if you ever seen the old show. So it's like, I'm do you want to say distracted a little bit? Okay, yeah, all right, because but I'm also watching the game and but I always do this. I always do this.
Pacers
And I'm
up
also
three.
respecting you guys. You have your at least allow you the opportunity to give your opinion. As far as the Giants, no, I haven't tapped in. Have I, NYG? Have I really tapped in?
Nah.
Well, respectfully,
It's not a lot. It's not really a lot going on with the Giants. But this is heart of the city, so I'm gonna get into the Jets here in just a second. And then I want to talk about my Rangers. Then we're gonna turn it over to Coach's Corner. Let me give you a quick update on the baseball scores. I should have been doing that.
Yankees
I've been
lost.
slipping.
Yankees lost 6-3.
Yeah, God damn it. All right. 6-3 L, and then the Mets
7-6.
7-6 they lost.
Still,
Seven
still,
six.
yeah, okay.
And 6-3. So 2 L's for the baseball teams. Not a big deal. Still early, but
Damn, she called
Oh,
me.
hold up. The Pacers is up 3. Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh, this is another annoying team that gotta go. Hold up. The damn Boston Celtics.
I can't stand Boston at all.
Hey, that's one thing. That's one thing we definitely can agree on, bro. I ain't mean to say defeated. I just mean to say definitely disappointed, discomforted.
Yeah, disappointed. Yeah, but I'm not. It's not. It's. But based off of everything, because I'm also looking at the totality of the Knicks. While it's not a big success per se, because they didn't win a championship, but it's still a good season for the Knicks overall. So because we could have been so much further, and the team could have given up, and they could have tapped out when Julius went down, and so much more. So I hate Indiana, though. I really do. I hate them.
I hate Boston more. Yeah,
and you got a good
Boston
reason to,
more,
but I hate
right.
Boston more. Listen, I will agree with you. I mean, you know what? I'm gonna take that back. I think I dislike Boston and the Knicks equally.
I know you don't like the Knicks. Yeah,
I think Boston. The Boston trash disgusts me, bro. I've been going on all year talking about telling every Boston fan that won't listen that the Boston Celtics basically got 2 Scottie Pippens.
What's good with you, man?
They're not going anywhere with 2 Scottie Pippens. So the Minnesota, I got the Minnesota Timberwolves to win the whole thing any damn way.
Yeah,
so,
me too.
I'm gonna hop off.
like Glenn Explorer.
Go ahead, Mets. What you want to say?
I like that one.
What you want to say?
Well, before I go, I just wanted to say in regards to the Giants, I'm not got a lot of confidence in Daniel Jones as I've written on this paper. I'd rather have Casey Jones as the quarterback.
Oh, word.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, man.
So what's your
And
problem
those
with
uniforms,
Daniel Jones?
effing ugly.
Just not a fan, huh?
Okay. You know what? No. That part, I'm sick of y'all with that bullshit about the uniforms. Because just like I say I'm a champion, y'all are not understanding the history, however you want to. But if you do your study, if you do your research, this is about the history. This is 100 years of existence of this organization. Where is the respect for that? Everyone is all worrying about, it's not looking nice and this and that, but it's about the history. It's about coming from the championship. They took each part of that from a championship team.
Right.
Y'all are sitting here ripping the championships that we've won, and only other teams that can say that they've been in existence as long as the Giants, Green Bay, Chicago, and I think the Washington Redskins. Everybody else has been.
I got some pushback.
Okay. But my main thing is everyone's talking and belittling and disrespecting the uniforms, but it's a representation of our history. That's what it boils down. Yes, I'm a history buff. I love history. So, and that's where I have a problem with it. It's like, well, so what are we supposed to do? Not honor our 100-year history? But everybody wants to, you know what? The Super Bowl area or from the 60s down. But we've been in existence longer than that. I'm sorry, Mets, it's not just you. We've been in existence longer than that. So you can't just sit here and just say, no. The Cardinals I don't include because I think they started in Cleveland.
Yeah.
They started in Cleveland and they bounced around. So, but if you want to say,
they just tied the game.
If you want to just say, but I'll give the Cardinals because it's still the same organization. But my point being is a large part of the league has not been in existence as long as the Giants. And that's what it boils down to.
And I go for the Packers as well.
I'm gonna say this, their uniforms ugly too. And look, they are. And look, I get
it still produce championships.
I get all that. I'm a history buff too, like Coach said. But I can say they ugly. I ain't gotta like the motherfuckers.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. But I guess you know what it is. You know what it is, NYG. It's just a
I
level of
respect the history. Yeah,
disrespect.
I respect
The
that, of course.
disrespect. That's the whole thing. It's
Yeah.
like, and then people going, oh well, we should have changed the color on the pants. And what about if we went with this color or that color? That's not what it's about.
Hmm.
It's not. It's about where did it come from? It came from an era that they took it that it was a championship.
Hmm.
You could say the same thing about Detroit with their throwback, Green
Hmm.
Bay with their
That's why I said they ugly
Chicago.
too. I don't like none of them.
But it's
I'm
also a
consistent.
different era. But see, no, it's not that. That's from a different era.
Steelers, yeah, big
So
prison uniform.
we are not going to relate to that. None of us are, because
Hmm.
era and the things look totally different. But the point
Right.
being is, it's from your history. So
Right.
respect to that. That's all I'm getting at. To
I get it.
trash it and disrespect the organization, and how could they do something like that? Because it's
Yeah, people
that's
they
the
take it too
point.
far. Yeah, they go too far with it,
So
man.
I get you. If you don't
It
like the
really ain't that big
uniform,
of a deal, yeah. To be honest, it really ain't. I just personally, from a fashion
overtime.
standpoint, from a
No,
swag
I get that. I get
standpoint,
that. No, I get
even
that.
Malik Neighbors said it. He was like, "It's gonna be
No,
hard
no,
to
no, no, no,
swag
no.
these things out." Like,
Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You want to know what? You're right. Because I'm also from an era where right now everybody, a lot of players, younger players, because when I coach, my players used to say, "Hey, Coach, we gotta look good so we could play good." And I'm like, yo, I'm old school, man. I want my uniform to look dirty, grimy, beat up, grass all over the mud,
facts.
because that tells you I played in the damn game. I don't want to
Exactly.
look. I don't want to look pretty. I don't want. I'm a big
Especially
fat
not on no
guy.
football. Especially
No,
not on the football
exactly.
field. Yo,
Exactly.
you're supposed to get me in the
Yeah.
mud. You're
If you
supposed to have
clean,
something
that
on that
means you ain't get
jersey.
on
Make
the you ain't get on the
play.
damn field.
That's the
Yeah.
whole thing. Now I get it. You're in a field
That
turf. The
means you
field
suited
turf
up, but you look
look
good
good.
on the
You ain't
bench.
do nothing. You're right.
Exactly. And that's the whole thing. I don't have an issue with it. I respect the history of it. I kind of like the helmet with the. Now I'm not big, and see, everyone talks about Michigan, but see, to me it's like you're gonna mess around with the wrong one. The first one to get the wings on the helmets was I
Mhm.
can't it's either Delaware or Princeton. I mix them up.
Mhm.
It's the wing tee, and I think it's Delaware because it represents, because they used to run the wing tee, and that's where it started from, the Delaware wing tee, and then they went to the wing helmet, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Princeton Tigers. Michigan came in the, I believe, in the '60s. It's just that they're most iconic, but I like it there. I like what it represents with this team,
Mhm.
So, but that's me. That's me. I get it, but I'm also not going to disrespect the history, and that's my whole point, the disrespect, because you're disrespecting the championships that this organization has won. We're third most in championships in this league, behind Green Bay, Chicago. Green Bay 13, Chicago 9, New York 8. Not 4, New York 8. So,
Mhm.
but that's me. I went on my rant, so I'm done. Go ahead,
No,
man.
you good. You good. Jalen Brown just hit a three to send the game to overtime,
Yeah, I just seen that, and I
and
just got pissed. I
the
was about to throw
Boston
my phone.
the Boston Celtics and the Pacers are going into overtime.
I think Indiana. I think it's important that they really get this game because they've been playing. They've been playing to get to first off to win in Madison Square Garden in the game 7, let alone shoot 67% from the field.
That's ridiculous.
Like, and then I think that you got to carry that momentum in the next game.
Yeah.
You got to carry that momentum. And I
This
think
game, this is a game like you said. If they can get this game, this will be good for them because they playing without Porzingis. Because when he gets back, that's that's a difference maker for them for the Celtics.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Book,
this
I
is a
respect
game
you,
that
Book.
if you could get it,
And
Absolutely.
bookends, I'm cool. I'm cool.
And coach said a good thing, man. He said, man, I'm a winner. I'm a champion all day, round the board. I can't say the same for the Knicks, but I definitely could say the same for our elder statesman, the coach, man. So five losing seasons in 40 years, that's a hell of a feat, man. That's damn near Bobby Knight type shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It wasn't just me too. So I have to be honest. I mean, it's a lot of coaches, a lot of players, a lot of people that I've been associated with. But I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that. Y'all see me sometimes. Y'all see me wearing my ring, my championship, my dynasty ring. I mean, I have other stuff that, from other organizations where, one league I had one tie, one loss, and three championships over 3 years. So it's like, yeah, that's why to me it's a mindset, and I've always told players who played under me, look, you play with me, you play for me. The expectation is to win. Period. Case closed. It's not about losing. It's about winning. Period. Case closed. But if you do lose, you got to let that go and move on. Study your game, so this way you can move on to the next phase of the game and get better, because the game don't stop for no man. The game keeps going. It progresses. Long when I'm gone, it's going to go. Vince Lombardi, the trophy is named after him. This game is still going on long after he's gone. So,
let's get to some Jets OTA news real quick.
Yay,
Yeah.
Jets! Yes.
They are still around. Yeah.
They little brothers too.
I'm not gonna lie to you. One of the main reasons why I'm a Green Bay Packer fan is because, my father asked me that the other day, because he's been a Jets fan for most of his whole life. He said, "Why are you Packer fan anyway?" Because they better than the Jets and the Giants. That's why. That's for starters. We are.
Talk about the Jets.
I'm staying on that. I'm standing on that. I'm standing on that.
When it comes to
I'm standing on that.
Because remember, we own you guys.
I mean, technically Eli did, but I mean, anything after or before that, come on.
Didn't Daniel Jones beat y'all?
I mean, that was that.
Didn't y'all lose again to us last year?
We didn't lose to Daniel Jones. We lost last year to the Mob. That's what we lost to, bro. Like everybody.
The year before that, you lost to Daniel Jones in London.
The year before that, we lost that. Oh yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Aaron Rodgers threw that turnover. Yep.
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
Oh, that deflection. No, not deflection. Deflection. Yeah.
I forgot about that goddamn London thing. Oh, stinking ass.
Speaking of Mr. Rodgers,
oh my God,
he is back in Jets practice,
It's
throwing
a
passes
day in the neighborhood.
all we do is give them our hand-me-downs, bro. And then just be taking them. I don't understand this. And furthermore, before you go on, I was just watching the ESPN 30 for 30, the 97 Heisman race. They said that Peyton Manning went back to school in Tennessee to finish another year just because the Jets got the first overall pick. Which I thought was foul.
That's disrespectful.
Just because the Jets had a top pick.
Disrespectful. Well, Eli did the same thing. He didn't want to play for the Chargers, man. But the Jets right now, man, they just, it seems like they're dealing with a lot of injuries still. So the injury update here coming out of OTAs is rookie left tackle. I didn't know he was hurt, but he's rehabbing a quad injury. Mike Williams rehabbing a torn ACL. Elijah Vera Tucker on the mend after a surgical procedure to repair his Achilles, of course, last year. Left guard John Simpson, acquired from Baltimore. He's also working back from an injury, as is Tyron Smith, but apparently he was a full go participating in drills. So a lot of hurt people for the Jets, man. Some quick practice notes here from the Jets website. Garrett Wilson, of course. I've seen a couple highlights of him and Rodgers connecting on a couple passes. Sauce Gardner, of course, he's out there defending them. So good camp battle there between the two stars of the Jets. Tyrod Taylor, our old friend Tyrod Taylor from the Giants, he threw a couple touchdown passes there. And apparently Malachi Corley, the rookie,
the wide receiver,
yeah, he's looking pretty good too. Apparently out there with Aaron Rodgers. So
again, same thing I say about the Giants with all of this stuff, man. I mean, the injuries. I mean, it's OTAs, man. The rookies, yeah, you might want them. It's not good for Olu to get hurt right off because you got to get comfortable with the system. I get that part. But, a lot of times, what are you doing? You're on air. And when I say you're on air, you're not going up against the other side of the ball, offense or defense. So you're just working on
what a
getting
stupid foul. Never
Oh, I
mind.
forgot
My
the game. I had changed
bad.
it. Nah, because I'm actually watching HBCU football now. So
Oh,
I'm
really?
co
Who
I'm
playing?
co-signing I'm co-signing every bit of the Indiana Pacers winning this series. Not just because they beat the Knicks, because they're about to beat another annoying ass team that need to go.
He walks on every jump shot, man. I'm sorry,
Halliburton,
man.
you don't even have to
Yeah,
say it.
Halliburton,
Yeah.
that's a
Halliburton.
straight travel, bro.
He said
Stop
he
with it, yo.
walks on every time.
Every shot, yo.
Look. They're allowing Indiana to be physical with Boston too. That's one thing I noticed with the way that the way that they're literally they're illegally hand checking. They're illegally hand checking. There's one thing
They
putting
are.
your hand on the man and you know what, you're just riding with him. It's like interference on football. But
Yeah.
when you're stopping his movement,
Mhm.
that's the foul, and the referees have been allowing Indiana
Allowing
to
that.
do this, and that's the issue. Like I get you want more defense in the game. I'm all for defense. Anybody knows me, I love defense. I'm a '90s defensive player, so when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to basketball, I love physical. Chip them when they're coming through the lane, things of that nature. But then there's a difference between hand check where you're stopping them with their free flow, or what is it, the flow of movement, that I have an issue with. You know, now Boston, hey, you know what, y'all not stepping up to the plate. You were the better, you're supposed to be the better talented team. What is it? So
Mm-hmm.
I
Facts.
think that this is an interesting dynamic that we haven't left in the postseason. Whereas the number one offensive team and the number one defensive team is still playing basketball, but the number one offensive team is in the East, and the number one defensive team is in the West.
Minnesota.
That's yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
my thing is that I think Indiana, they share the ball
Who
well.
the
They execute offensive.
damn.
Nimhard was somehow on the floor, and
Garden Tatum
yeah,
mismatch. That's
yeah. But
ridiculous.
I
But
think
let
it's
me
an
get to
interesting dynamic though.
yeah. Let me finish up here with this with the Jets, man, because I don't want to drag this out too long. Yeah, Leaf, you do forget, man. Yes, Iman Olufashano is hurt. It's a quad injury. I think he had it. Uh, oh yeah, sustained at the combine. So he got it at the rookie combine. Still rehabbing that. So yeah, Jets got a bunch of injuries pretty much. And of course, Aaron Rodgers working his way back. But I'm gonna do a deep dive pause on the Jets here. Um, Probably within a few weeks here. Give me something to do during the off season because once that um once that training camp, the last training camp, I think in June, the one that's mandatory, coach, it's like a long layoff
Mm-hmm.
before it's
Mm-hmm.
like 2 months. So that'll be content I'll be putting
Moving
out
on.
during that time.
We're here at first.
Sorry.
So I was about to say, who the hell is
No. I hit the wrong thing on my phone.
that?
You know when you hit
And Tatum hits a three. Yep. 4 point lead. 42 seconds left.
Oh boy, I called that three happening, bro, before it even happened. The second that they
Appreciate
went
you,
on double team.
Wells, man. Appreciate you, man. Thanks, man. As always, man.
Wales,
For real, you know what it is, bro.
the brother
But
from another.
yeah, but
definitely.
that's it for Jets news. Y'all gonna have to give me the floor for a minute. I want to talk
I think
hockey.
I got into the Nets off season already
Minutes.
with Breeze, man. But I've
Oh yeah, speak your piece on that, man. Before I move on, yeah.
just real quick, obviously there needs to be a change, obviously, because going forward with this roster, you're basically saying, okay, we're okay with this. We just need these players to get better. And with everything that's going on with the development, I think it's moving, but it's not moving at an extreme pace because we did see Clowney, we did see Wilson, we did see uh, Claxton, and just in terms of our picks and everything that's been obviously Cam Thomas, but obviously if I had to make my decision on it, man, I think the decision to go forward with this roster won't be a thing that they're gonna go forward with. I think it's
Mm.
oh wow, yeah, they just got the ball stolen. JB just got
Where
away
do
with a
you
foul.
where do you make the change at though? Because I think that's where I'm a little conflicted with you and Breeze. Because I think we need a point guard.
I think we need a point guard too, and I think we need playmaking and scoring. But playmaking and scoring in today's league is more of a yo. That's the player. That's the player that we know that could do it. Yo, we going with it. He's talented enough to do it. He's skilled enough to do it. I want to go in the direction of paint presence in the front court, height and rebounding, defensive rebounding in the front court. It's one of the reasons why I've been talking about Zach Edey for the many months that I've been talking about him. Now, adding him to a team where you're going to re-sign Clax and we see what Clowney can do. Me personally, I think we'll do ourselves a good service by putting that together first, and then wait for like a
You're not
guard
worried
in the
about
future.
floor spacing.
Not at the moment. I mean, I think we could win. I think we could win games off of. I think we could win 40 plus games off 45 games off of defense and rebounding advantage. And then we'll worry about the perimeter stuff and the point guard playmaking and all of that all after the fact. But I think we need to put some type of winning together immediately in terms of
See, I don't agree
a
with
structure. In terms of
Because
structure.
the immediate now. I agree with your philosophy as far as building through the draft, and trying to get, but we don't got no draft picks, so you eventually have to trade to even get just to get the draft picks to even get a Zach Edey. That's one thing. Second thing is I feel like you need to figure out what is you're going to be a foundation. Are we rolling with Cam Thomas and Mikal Bridges in this particular group here, or as like me and Coach was talking about earlier, you're going to go big fish hunting and get that superstar and then build around X player. You know what I'm saying? So again, you can build a solid roster with these guys you got here. You need to add some pieces, swap some pieces out, yada yada yada. But is it worth doing that now, or just kind of rebuilding it from? Because we both agree the roster doesn't work. So you're gonna have to tear it down one way or the other anyway. And my thing is, where do you start to build at? Are you starting your build with Zach Edey and these front court players, or you start your build with Mikal Bridges and Cam Thomas and them? And if that's the case, then you need guys that complement those particular players. And I'm not sure Zach Edey and having a bunch of front court players that can't necessarily shoot and stretch the floor and create room for your guys like Cam Thomas that are going to be trying to break down the defense.
Well, my thing is that Zach Edey gives us an inside presence on both ends of the court. So like this, and second, with that, we're finding out more and more. I've been watching the combine. We're finding out more what Zach Edey has been working on. He's been working on his shot away from the basket. He's working on a lot of shooting. He's not a liability from the free throw line. He could definitely score in the paint for sure. He's getting better at reads out of double teams. He's got better at that. More relentless around the basket. One of the better rebounders coming out of the draft that I've seen. Instantly. I'm gonna let you go in a minute, Coach. My thing is that I wanted to build something in terms of being more imposing and on the areas that we could get together, that we could clean up right away. Mosley, to answer your question, I am on board with Clax, just not for $25 million a year. But to land the plane a bit, my lineup that I had, but because Clowney can shoot, Claxton was probably going to be the only perimeter liability offensively, because
Day'Ron Sharp.
Yeah.
You got all these guys, and then pause. And I was just talking to Breezy about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing with some of these guys? Finney Smith, you got Wofford, you got Sharp, you got Cam Johnson, you got Clowney. Of course, you can't do shit with Simmons, unfortunately. But you got all these, 4s and 5s on your team. and it's like, bruh, what are we doing with these guys?
You go, my sis.
We need to be able to at least get some floor spacing, man, and bring in some guys that can score, and break down the defense and create shots for others. That's where I was coming from. At it, yes, good.
You know what? I think
Salute,
we
sis.
and I think we need to go that route too. But I don't think we need to sell the farm to go that route. My
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah. I agree.
my thing is that like I think we can wait a while until somebody is a for sure thing to add on to it. Cam Thomas is going to have to get Cam Thomas and Mikal. They could do a lot of the perimeter stuff offensively. They just need somebody to help out with other areas, the other stuff, the rebounding, the inside scoring, the inside defense, offensive rebounding, all the stuff that's blanks for us as a team. I think if we cover those areas first, and we see that Cam Thomas and Mikal still need help with maybe any more things on the perimeter offensively, then we take care of that all after the fact. But because let's be honest, playmaking and shooting don't grow on trees. Rebounding and defense, that's effort. You know what I'm saying? You could get guys to bring energy in the game. You could get guys to hustle. You could get guys to play for the 50-50 plays and everything. You could get guys to do that. If we install that in our players, along with X's and O's and good ball movement and playing together, having all five of our guys and many guys in the rotation averaging 2 or more assists, man, like then we start to make the strides as a unit. And then we start to make the strides as a unit offensively. That we haven't in the past.
Where Mosley at? You got too much redundancy on your roster.
We do. And it's one of the things. What I think we have redundancy, but we don't have effective redundancy.
Facts.
That's the thing about it. You can have redundancy on your roster. It just has to be effective. Mm-hmm. Indiana has redundancy on their roster, but it's effective. Yep. Minnesota has a redundancy on their roster, but it's effective. So the thing is, bro, like as long as it's effective, I think you could build something in terms of winning. You could have a plus 500.
These guys ain't effective. That's the problem.
Yeah. These guys ain't effective. That means you got to get rid of some of them. I mean,
that's
you
what
got to
I'm
get rid of some
talking about. Yeah.
So I mean, listen. My thing was, whatever you can do to get a pick in this draft, get it. Not whatever you can do, but just don't sell a farm. You know what I'm saying? So like, whatever you can do to get a pick in this draft.
So I'm taking you don't like the Josh Giddey
Donovan
idea.
Mitchell. I don't like the Josh Giddey idea. I don't like the Donovan Mitchell idea, because it basically gives up Cam Thomas. It expends him, and I think Cam Thomas. I feel like Cam Thomas. We owe it to give him at least a couple of years on his team.
No, I like Cam Thomas. I like Cam Thomas. I don't think he's gonna be like. I don't think he's gonna be what Breezy might think he's gonna be, like a top 10 superstar, but no. I think he can be a really good player in the league. I mean, he could be a really good scorer.
Pacers needed this game, man.
You know what I'm saying? So
they needed this game.
That's what I feel about with Cam Thomas. You got scoring there with Cam. You don't have enough overall on the roster. Mikal just ain't that guy consistently. He just ain't. You know what I'm saying? He can give you things in other areas, like defense and you know what I'm saying, free throw shooting, 3-point shooting, things like that. But he's not the star player that I think some of us was projecting him to come in and be the guy.
I'm not looking for. I'm looking for him to be a scorer in moments. I'm looking for him to be a top defender in moments. You know what I'm saying? Like it just moment type of things with him. Like early in the season last year, believe it or not, Mikal closed out a lot more games than a lot of people gave him credit for. With being in the pass lanes, attacking the basket from the free throw line. I think he's shown capabilities of doing that. He hasn't shown consistency, but he showed capabilities. But the thing is, when you have a balanced attack as a team, then you allow certain players to have their night. But you got to hang your hat on something. I would like us to hang our hat on the defensive side of the ball, which is what I thought we should have did.
That's
when we
what
first
we
got
talked
a lot
about
of these pieces
last year. That's what I'm saying.
A lot
You
of people
know,
said, "Yo, if this team is not at least a top 10 defensive team, they're going to be this. This is a big disappointment, and we wasn't nowhere near that. So
and then this
realistically,
kid Cam Johnson, like this guy, like what are we doing with some of these dudes, man?
bench, bench,
You just
bench,
gave him
bench.
a contract. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that's the one thing to me. Like, I don't think this is ever gonna get fixed when you got Sean Marks making the shit. I don't give a damn who the coach is. This dude, you just can't get around incompetence, bro. You can't get around
I
that.
ain't gonna lie to you,
Cause,
coach,
cause
man. I
some
gotta
way,
hit a chiropractor, man. Everything on this left side, done.
some way, somehow, you
You're
know,
not to my level, bro.
gonna screw it
Nah, nah,
up.
nah, 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 nah. I ain't
Yeah.
claiming that.
I
I ain't claiming
wish
that.
I was like you, needing that. Seriously, bro. Seriously, I wish
I
it
mean,
was
I might
just
got
that.
yeah. I got maybe a foot prop. Like I just like you know how we is. I live in Brooklyn, man. We ain't got the health care like that. So I mean, yeah. But I definitely need something, man. Like listen, this joints. I ain't go to the doctor for half this stuff. So like I remember tweaking my ankle a couple of times in high school, and then playing in some park leagues and whatever. I ain't get it looked at. I was just like, no, it'll be all right.
Hmm That's look, trust me. I mean, just spinal issues. That's all I could say. So
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
my
but
pops just he had a couple of knee issues. He ain't gonna talk about it, but I know something is going on. I'll be like, yo, I'll be looking at him sometimes.
good play.
I go see him. I'll be like, yo, you all right? You like, yeah, nigga, I'm all right, man. What you talking about? I'm like, nah, you ain't all right, man. You ain't all right.
NYG. Getting back to, I just wanted to ask you something. That's all because y'all were talking about Zach Edey. Have you ever seen Purdue play with Zach Edey?
Yeah, I've seen a few games. I'm not gonna say I sit there and studied him
No. I just
through and
wanted to know
through. No,
because,
I'm
but
not gonna
in the
lie.
games, you've seen how they spread the shooters around him, where they always kick the ball into and get the collapse, and then that's the thing that any team. It's not just. I'm not talking about the Nets. It's whoever. You got to have 3-point shooters around, and
Right.
being in the league. If that's where I think most people, some people are sleeping because they're of the idea where, oh, you can't win with a back to your basket center. I'm sorry. Yes, you can. You can
No,
win.
you
You'll
can.
probably
Yeah, you
probably
can.
be more successful because especially 7'4", 300 pounds. He may not be a speed demon getting up and down the court, but he's quick and
He can
he
move.
has good foot movement. He has a soft touch, especially around the rim. He's going to force a lot of centers in this league. Now, going up against a guy like Jokic will give him problems. I understand that. But a lot of like Rudy
Jokic
Gobert,
gives everybody
I'm
problems.
going to be honest. He will destroy Rudy Gobert once
Rudy
he
Gobert
gets his
is
game.
chicken. It's
He
chicken
once he gets
once
his
he get
game down.
polished, bro. I'm
Exactly.
telling the center position to me, bro. Like in terms of him getting his money, once he gets polished and he gets his scoring ability, his overall scoring ability on point is going to be fooled because they putting a lot of these. The thing is that the league is going for they trying to get Wemby clones. That's what they're
Exactly.
trying to get. They trying to get
Exactly.
Wemby clones. They trying to get these skinny kids that could move around and be mobile and do all that. But the
Yep.
thing is, what people don't understand about having players that size or moving around at that mileage, I'm thinking about the distance travel when I'm thinking about a lot of these players because you add that and then early in the season you tell teams like Minnesota we're not going to call as many fouls as we've been calling. That makes you damn near playing football at my
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying?
Facts.
You damn near telling Minnesota, hey, yo, y'all,
Do
we ain't
do
gonna
whatever.
call that much, but do whatever.
Exactly, and that's the whole point.
That's what I'm talking about though. That's basketball. That's playoff
Yes.
basketball.
Yes.
That's the era that I come from. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, that's
So
the era that we come from, but I don't think that's an era that's substantiable for health. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these players, if they're playing, if they see a team, if they see more
so
defenses,
with the players
like
made of plastic now, because I remember there's always been
they
injuries.
ain't built like the players back then.
No, they're
Hey,
NYG. They're
well,
not built like the
I understand.
Akeem.
I understand, but you
But
got
I
to
get what
pull
you're
your
saying.
big boy pants on, bro, and quit the crying
But
and the
here's
bitching and
the
the
no
complaining
that
and the
part I'm
soft
with you.
crap.
That part I'm with you. But if we're just talking about on the court, because you made a great point. All right. When you talk about Wemby is how tall? 7'4". Zach
Four.
Edey is how tall? 7'4".
7'4".
But Zach Edey is 300 pounds. Wemby is not going to be able to
He is
guard him.
barely a buck 90.
Now,
Salute, Quentin. Salute, man. Appreciate
Sal,
you tapping
now,
in, man. If you please, man, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, man. Appreciate you joining in on the talk, the show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
now, on the other end, Wemby will get his due against a Zach Edey because he can take him off the dribble and he can take him out to the 3-point line. And he's a quicker version there. But now what's going to end up happening if he has to guard Zach Edey a whole game, come fourth quarter, all I'm doing is wearing him down. You're going to get your points in a little bit earlier. But when it comes crunch time, as long as we're in this game, you're going to end up drawing fouls from him, and he's probably going to be out of the game, or he's just going to get so physically overwhelmed. He's going to be standing there at fourth quarter, bent, hunched over, because he's worn down. And that's what I think. There are a lot of centers in the league who are like that, who are not going to be able to handle his size and strength. Now, you may be able to get some game against him, offensively, but if you're playing against him the whole game, that physical play that he's going to bring, as long as the referees are not calling little ticky-tack stuff, he's just going to wear guys down. And then you're going to see sometimes they're showing now that he can shoot the three. I didn't even know he could shoot the three. And I'm seeing this.
I did. You know why? Because he was in the combine last year, Coach. The thing
But
is,
I didn't watch it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I watched the combine last year. They told him to go back to school. So my thing is that you told the kid to go back to school, and he was working on more things in the combine. The combine times that he recorded just a week ago, he worked on that. He improved on a lot of those things. And I'm watching this play, and I'm watching this kid, and I'm thinking to myself, if he's improving on this, what else is he improving on?
Now
what else is he doing better?
Exactly. Now think about this. He's projected to go in the 20s on down in the draft. So that, you know what that says? He's going to a winning program.
Right.
So if he's going to go to a winning program, you're going to surround him with.
How are we?
But see, if you trade with somebody, if you were to trade with somebody,
I would trade with. Listen, I'm hearing that the Lakers don't want their pick. I'm hearing that the Pistons don't want their pick, but I wouldn't pick them in lottery.
No.
I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that. OKC.
We show and tell here. So here's your lottery. Here's your
no,
picks.
we're talking about Zach Edey. Zach Edey is going to be in the 20s on down. So
20s on down.
So okay, so let's focus in on that. So we're looking at this range right here. From Cleveland,
Phoenix, Milwaukee.
Toronto, Cleveland, all the way down. If you want to say 19, all the way down.
So you got the Knicks in there with 2 picks. You got Washington, Minnesota, Denver, Utah, Boston.
Say you're not going to
Phoenix. You ain't trading with the Knicks. So maybe Milwaukee, maybe New Orleans.
Milwaukee would be a good fit because Brook Lopez is either on his way out or so then you can groom him and that would be a good fit in Milwaukee.
It would, but off the simple fact that the thing is, with a young player like that, you want him to get more touches around the basket. And let's be honest.
Yeah,
when Brook Lopez and Giannis, when Giannis is on the court, Brook Lopez had to go further out.
You're right.
So now, don't get me wrong. He's working on the shot, but it's not to the point of Brook Lopez done turned himself into
you're right.
shooter.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
So I don't think Milwaukee. I don't think Milwaukee will waste that pick. I think Minnesota would take a chance because they wanted the big man all along. Like realistically, and fun fact, Coach, the year before they got Anthony Edwards, they tried to give that pick to the Warriors because they knew the Warriors was going to get Wiseman. The Golden State Warriors said no to the number 1 overall pick, who was Anthony Edwards. They did that. That's how badly Minnesota wanted a big. They've been trying to get a big.
So you could have taken a Jalen Green trade, man.
No. I'm gonna tell you. No, here's the thing.
I'm not messing.
Jalen Green was never on the table. It was Mikal for 4 picks, bro. So don't be fooled by that. Please don't be fooled.
And the thing is, people don't misinterpret. You can't do that because you need to match money. Money
Exactly.
has to be included in there. So even if you get the 4 picks, you're still going to need to have
Need to match money. Exactly.
or close to
So
it. I mean,
basically,
whatever it is, I forget what the percentage is in terms of dollars.
Houston was basically throwing cash considerations, but Jalen Green was not in that trade. But I repeat, Jalen Green was not in that trade, in that supposed trade. So listen, and now as far as this draft is concerned, now you mentioned the 20 to the 20 range and up. I'm thinking that Miami may take a chance at picking him. Miami may take a chance at picking him because they were hinting at Miami needing a big.
Hey,
I'm
Coach,
thinking
you good,
Chicago,
Coach?
Chicago,
Yeah, I'm good.
Chicago.
All right, hold me down for a little bit. Give me about 10 minutes. Y'all keep the show going. We're gonna go.
Yeah.
We're gonna go a little bit longer. I'm liking the basketball talk. So
Yeah.
you got the controls, Coach. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So down to the 20th on down. I'm thinking of a team like the teams that I see picking him realistically: Minnesota, Denver, Utah, because I think those are teams that are willing to groom the next guy up type of mentality. You know
I
what
can
I'm
even
saying?
see Boston. I can even see Boston. I mean, even though they do play a wide open game, but you can have him come off the bench and develop him behind Porzingis, and that's a good 1-2 combination right there. Also, especially with Jalen, with Brown and Tatum too. So I mean, my point being with Edie is he's not, because originally he was late in the second round and he's shown his wear and people are realizing he's a lot better than what you are realizing.
Yes.
So there's a lot of teams that I'm gonna be honest, I would love for my Knicks to grab him. I really would. Because him in a pick and roll with Jalen Brunson alone, that causes a lot of problems. Now, the issue is his defense. Tibbs is you gotta play their defense.
Yeah.
Now
Tibbs.
he's
Yeah.
good to protect the lane. He is good there. But
Yes.
if a team pulls him away from the rim, at least Mitchell Robinson can get back for the most part. At least a Jericho Sims can get back. At least a Hartenstein can get back a lot quicker than he would. So teams would try and take advantage of him there. But offensively, that's why I'm saying to myself, I'm looking and I'm saying certain teams for this guy is, and you're talking about winning programs, and that's why I can't stress that enough. It's the rich are getting richer when you see a guy like that, because now it's like, if you have a good point guard or a good scoring guard and you put him in there with, come on, man, that's a program like that will now elevate their play a whole lot more. So that's why I think, and again, maybe it's my Big Ten bias. I've been watching this kid for years. And the things that certain programs like my Rutgers Scarlet Knight, when they would beat them, how they would attack, they would let him get his points, but they would stop everyone else. And that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing with Zach Edey, where I say, yeah, he'll get you. Sometimes he'll get you 30 points, 30 and 15 rebounds. So if he's getting you that, as long as you have a competent point guard and put good 3-point shooters around him, it changes the whole dynamic. So go ahead, Leaf.
Well, I think with the fact that a lot of other areas of his game working, coming to fruition with the outside shooting, he can play out of double teams now. He knows how to find peak players out of double teams. He's working on his pass. It's a lot of things that he's working on that the NBA was looking for. He's working on being mobile. He's working on moving his feet better. He's working on being lateral. You know what I'm saying? So my thing that he's working on that. These are the type of players that you want. These are the type of guys that you want. Guys that's going to work and proving that they could work on a lot of things. And for a better situation, you mentioned him going out on the perimeter. That would be more of a thing if he's playing with a small ball lineup. If he's playing with a front court where you got 6'10" guys that could switch out on the perimeter and he could still play back and hang out for the dunk man or the lay in the dunk box away for the paint. then that works even better defensively, and he doesn't have to overexert himself defensively out on the perimeter. So in a better world, I look at Clax and I look at Clowney as realistically they switch bigs. That's what they are because they team, like let's be honest, we have switched them out on the perimeter at will every chance we got, and we've been okay with switching them out on the perimeter because they foot speed, and they wingspan, they can guard. I've seen the job that they've done on perimeter players when you put them out there when they giving them much effort, and then when you apply a system and you have a coach that's putting the pressure on them to be more sound defensively and be better defensively, because I already think they're good shot blockers. They're good weak side help shot blockers. They good floor runners. They both could run like theirs up the court. Obviously, Clowney could shoot a little better. Clowney could space out and shoot a little better. I seen him games that he going 4 for 5 and he go 3 for 4. You know what I'm saying? And he had a couple of blocks in some games. So if you put that dynamic with Zach Edey, where he has somebody in the dunk box like Claxton, and he could just work out of mid post areas because he could space away from the basket. He could shoot that jumper. It kind of takes away from his inside presence a little bit, but I think it still gives us a clear-cut advantage if we do put that dynamic together. That's what I honestly believe.
No, I agree with you in that regard, and it does. When I look at the Nets, right, and we're talking about Edie on that team, I'm going to be honest with you. If you were to get him, he's your best big man. I hands down, because of so much that he does offensively, and he's still now the only concern is the switching off on the defensive end. You can't. He's not going to be able to handle if you switch off with a scoring guard or a point guard. All right, that would be an issue
that you have to avoid. And this is the part where I think this is the part where Mikal, Clowney, Claxton defensively have to be a lot more alert, and I have to be a lot more ready defensively to know that that's what teams are going to try to do. Just get him out. They're going to try to move him out
or
of the paint
fight through, really fight through.
Yeah. You definitely got to fight.
And he, because of his size, instead of letting them come around and attack the lane, push them towards the sideline, which allows your teammate to get there, and now he can recover. So
it's definitely going to have to be a lot of fighting through screens. When his matchup is put in the screen and roll situations.
Tommy, the Nets don't have a pick this year, so. We're just talking about hypothetical.
Because the thing is that I've noticed that IGM, as much as a war criminal as he is, he basically put it out there after we got because before we got Fernandez, it was like, yo, we ain't doing nothing in the draft. After we got Fernandez, it's like, yo, we're gonna do something in the draft. Now I had to put 2 and 2 together because. For those that don't know, Fernandez coached Team Canada. Who played on Team Canada? Zach Edey. So he knows this kid. He knows what his potential is. He knows what this kid could already do, and he knows what this kid's been working on because I'm pretty sure he's been following the draft combine like I have. Zach Edey combine highlights have been showing up everywhere on my time feed on Twitter. So the reality is that I don't think it's a secret that this kid is coming out, and then you got his coach that been coaching him in Team Canada is now getting a coaching job with us. So my thing is that, if we get this kid, he would for sure be our best big man. Only thing I can think back at that is what Derek Coleman, Brooke Lopez when we had him was good offensively, but he wasn't nowhere near defensively what he became in Milwaukee. Kenyon Martin was a great defender at the 4, but never made an all-defensive team.
That's the thing with those Nets. You had help when Brooke first came in to get him defensively to help him out if he did get beat. So and that's the thing about wherever he goes, whatever team he goes to, NYG, talked about the draft order. So, you know, and he made a good point about Minnesota. Yeah, it does make sense. Get him to Minnesota and eventually transition him in away from Rudy Gobert. Or if you wanted to go to Denver, I mean, Jokic, those 2-1-2 combination, Utah, like I said, Boston. It would make sense there. The main point is if you got him to a winning organization, you would see the type of talent that he is ultimately, and a lot of you will end up saying down the road he could end up potentially being the best player to come out of this draft, because everyone talks about there's no clear cut number one. We don't know who's the best one coming out of his draft. Well,
Right.
that down the road may be a reason. Now he's going to have to be able to stay on the floor defensively and not
Yes.
get in foul trouble, because his offense is where he's really going to you know cut really stay in the league. That's what the word I'm
Yes.
looking for. That's where,
Yes.
because I could easily see him giving a team a 2010 type of situation. And if you're getting 2010 from him, that means he's staying on the floor, number one. And number two,
Yes.
he's causing a lot of havoc for the opposition, because you don't have centers that size in this league.
Right.
I can't think of one right now at 7'4", 300 pounds
300 pounds. That's going to be able to just do
to
something with him
yeah.
consistently. If he has the switchable 6'10" guys around him
Mm-hmm.
for help, for back end help, and for front end help. If he has the screen the pick dodgers and the screens fighters around him to where he can stay vertical and stay in his lanes in the paint and continue to block shots and rebound. First
Mm-hmm.
off, rebounding wise, I think he's going to be a great rebounder right
Yes.
away.
Yes,
Right
he
away.
is.
So because there's nobody moving him. There's
No, there's
nobody
no
that's
one
going
moving
to
it.
move
But
him.
he also knows how to position himself. He reads the ball in the air to get into position to at
Right.
least be there to get the rebound. So,
Right.
and what does he say? The
Definitely.
Nets have to develop talent at this point of time. They have to realize the direction. No, exactly. That's what NYG talks about. They have to decide what they're trying to do.
Right.
And to his point about an overload of bigs, which if you don't have a point guard, the point guard is, to me, is just like, in a sense, what everyone talks about the quarterback in football. You need a point guard, or if you want to say scoring lead guard, however you want to categorize it, but you need someone to facilitate and get guys in position to be able to, or at least get the basketball to them in a position where they can score. So for in that regard, if you look at the Nets, that's the question. Okay, well, do you go that route, or do you say, well, you know what, just if you can get in there in the late rounds and get a guy like Zach Edey or whoever. It's not just Zach Edey. I don't want it to make it seem like that's the only player the Nets should be targeting. You know, the Nets have holes, just like a lot of teams that are out of the
Definitely.
playoffs. They have
For
holes.
sure.
So you got, and what I keep hearing from Nets fans is they need a point guard, and that's the biggest thing. So, I mean, Cam Thomas is not the lead guard. He's a good scoring guard, but he's not the lead guard as a facilitator, because he doesn't think about, or as much as I've seen him, it doesn't seem like he's thinking about setting up his teammates. It's more of an afterthought. He's trying to attack and get going, and then kick it to someone as a last second. Leaf, you would know better than I would.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's more of the thing. He's definitely trying to get going early. Like, his thing is, it's like if he could get in double digits in the first quarter, double digits in the first half, like that's his thing. He's playing his game. He's playing the way he knows how to
Mm-hmm.
play. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? And right now there's no structure of ball movement from not just him but the whole team in general. I mean, like it is what it is. Like sometimes it will hot potato it around, and then Cam Thomas will be the only one to have confidence enough to put the ball on the floor, and make a move, and get to his move and take a shot. You know what I'm saying? If the system is not set up, but the reality is that I think that Zach Edey would change all of that.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I think Zach Edey would change all of that, because now with Cam Thomas, you have somebody that you would trust to throw the ball into or to give the ball in a pick and roll situation. or where in the pick and roll situation you're gonna have to defend the mid range from Cam Thomas because he's a damn good shot maker. And he's becoming more and more of a great shot maker as the years go on and going into his
But
better
now
years.
my question with Cam Thomas, NYG, you can also answer this too. Would you consider, now I'm not saying he's 100% like this player, but would you say he's more in the mold of a Donovan Mitchell, where he's more focused on scoring and he's not? Because Garland with Cleveland is, he's going to focus on trying to get everybody in the
He's the
flow.
point guard. Yeah.
Where Donovan Mitchell, he'll do it, but he's really not a good facilitator. He's going to worry about buckets. Is Cam Thomas more like that? Where, like I said, he's not a great facilitator, but, he's just worrying about, getting into the lane,
He's
scoring
a
his
scorer.
points,
Hmm.
and get to the other teammates. So is he more like Donovan Mitchell in both of
In
your
that
opinions?
regard, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I think he's going in more of the direction of a Donovan Mitchell. I think his at the height of his ceiling realistically is probably Jamal Murray. Like realistically, because in
Mm,
terms of his shot creation, bro, like I don't think with the way he pivots and gets to a lot of difficult shots and that he could hit, bro. Like I think he's going towards that direction.
Yeah.
Having
Cam Thomas
having
does make some of the most difficult shots in the NBA.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah,
Being around a Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving helps. I mean, it definitely helps. I mean, like in terms of him always being a scorer, like Cam Thomas went to one of the most prestigious high schools ever. That's Oak Hill. I mean, and still
mm-hmm,
holds records there. For all the players that went there with the Carmelo Anthony's
mm-hmm.
all the players that went to that school, for him to go there and have those records, and then go to LSU and have the freshman record, which was only held by Chris Jackson, who we now know as the great Mahmoud
Mahmoud.
Abdul Rauf.
hmm,
You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm,
so my thing is that a lot of what he
mm-hmm.
brings is sort of playmaker like, because there's a lot of ways to play make. Everybody thinks playmaking is just like, you just pass the ball. No, the thing is we can make a facilitator right now out of Trendon Watford, because the thing is he pushes the ball and he
no,
plays a lot like Ben.
come
He
on,
plays a lot like Ben Simmons. You know what I'm saying?
nah,
But if you
bro.
want somebody, elite, if you want somebody elite at playmaking and you want somebody elite at floor setting and scoring, I think that's something that we have to wait down the line for. But I think in terms of defense and rebounding and
Why
inside
wait?
presence on both ends, I personally think we can get that now without basically flipping the good parts of our roster to do so. That's what I believe.
Okay. NYG
Yeah,
has his question. Go ahead.
I look, man. To your first question, yeah, Cam Thomas is more of the Donovan Mitchell mold of player, meaning as in a combo guard. If developed, can give you some of the play. As a scorer, he's already a playmaker, but as far as the overall playmaking when it comes to facilitating, rebounding and etc., I think over time he can give you a little bit of that, kind of like Mitchell does. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm I'm of the mode that we need a true
Facilitator.
shot creator, facilitator. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it would work well with a guy like a Zach Eady. I'm not against that. That's not me curbing that idea. I'm just saying that we don't need to wait per se to figure this thing out, because you have Mikael Bridges and you have Cam Thomas. What you need to figure out, like, what are you building here? You building around those guys, or are you going to be building around this center that you guys keep talking about?
My,
That's what
my
I'm
thing is
saying.
my thing is how often in many times in history are you going to find anybody that's willing to work on their game at this size and at this stature than a Zach
That's
Edey?
fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Because
He
I
can.
think that's something that if no if other teams are still focused on, let's
Mhm,
spread the floor, let's get mobility, let's look for the next Wimby at the
mhm.
5 and 4 position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm good with
I think
Mosley. I had
this
to
is
step out for a minute, brother.
I think this is the perfect time for a team like the Nets to just dive in and swoop this kid up, bro, like and put him in a position where we have switch bigs like Clowney and Claxton that could cover for him in case he gets
Claxton
beat.
can't shoot.
But defensively he can cover for him. But like the thing is, not everybody is running five out. Like teams like Indiana is, obviously Boston is, but not everybody is doing it. My thing is that everybody has somebody on the floor that's a shooting a liability, or at least most teams.
I understand.
But the thing is, having a
But you talking about
class.
putting two. You talking
Right,
about
right,
playing
right.
both of them together, right?
Right, right. But the skill sets is different. The thing is that Zach Edey is working on a lot of parts of his offensive game that nobody thought he had. And when you were able to become a set shooter, as well as playing on the box and playing in the paint, I think that helps. With Clowney,
So we running.
with Clax is
But
Clax is going to be most of the dirty work guy at the four. A lot of his shit is gonna
so,
come in
but
transitions and rim runs.
but Leaf, I'm going to ask you this, okay? Because you're talking about keeping Claxton, where I think honestly to get Edie, you're going to have to give up Claxton.
I'm
Because
cool with that.
how else are you going to get him? Because you have no draft pick. So right now, let's be realistic. We're talking about Zach Edey on the Nets. So to
Right.
get him, and if you're not trading Cam Thomas, and if you're not trading what's his
Ben
name
Simmons.
no, not well, you can't trade him
Yeah, you can't trade him.
damn, Villanova. um
Mikal.
Bridges.
yeah, if you're not trading Bridges, what other valuable assets that's going to get you at least a first round draft pick? That's
We was the thing is we was considering packaging Cam Johnson and our DFS. We was
that's you
considering
think
doing
that's
that.
going to get you a first round draft pick?
In this draft, it could. I think anything outside of lottery, I think it could get us. It could get us something. Because the thing is,
Okay.
from what I'm hearing,
Mm-hmm.
there are teams that are not valuing this draft like as
Mm-hmm.
much. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so what if everything that I'm hearing about a Zach Edey is correct in terms of he's gonna go from a 19 or outside of
Mm-hmm.
lottery to
Mm-hmm.
to 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 late second to late first round. My
Mm-hmm.
thing is that with everybody focusing on the next year's draft or the next Wimby or the next big thing coming,
Mm-hmm.
why not come in and scoop this kid up while the game is going back to a physical style of play? Because the thing is, when you tell teams like Minnesota, yo, we're not calling ticky tack fouls no more, and now look where they at. They in the Western
Mm-hmm.
Conference
Mm-hmm.
Finals.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My thing is that you got to get
I
somebody
think
that's
that's
going
more
to
of a
do.
postseason thing, though, Leaf. Um, with the way they calling the fouls. Don't you think?
But I think if Zach Edey is put in a situation where a lot of the things defensively that he doesn't have to worry about a lot of his defensive weaknesses because that things cover for him, and offensively he could thrive. That's a 40+ win team. That's a playoff team in the Eastern Conference.
I still think they need more scoring. I just don't. I look at this team.
I think we should go to rebounding and defensive route. I
I'm
think
like,
that's quicker.
who is
Well,
scoring
if
the
you go rebounding
basketball?
in defense, then
And
that's
that
not that's not primarily Zach Edey. You're taking away his strength. To NYG's point, now you're talking about scoring. I'm telling you, Zach Edey's going to at least get you 20 and 10 minimum. Now,
Right.
if you want to be honest, I think he can probably get you as a rookie pushing close to 25 and maybe 12 rebounds a game. And
Mm.
could you live with that with a rookie center? I think most of us would
Yes, I would.
at his size,
I
because
definitely
that
would.
also gives you the scoring that you're talking about. It just gives it to you from the low post, which
and that's
now
fine.
opens,
That's
yeah.
fine.
which
But
But
now opens
uh,
things
again,
opens things up for Cam Thomas and Mikal. So the thing is like if you got somebody that's going to be on the rebounds like a Zach Edey because he's a great offensive rebounder that we all know. At 7'4", it's not like a lot of those big guys historically they didn't rebound as well at that height. The thing is they was just tall. They was mostly getting pushed out by a lot of bigs in their era. And now you putting them in an era where they're running slim bigs and basically not enough muscle to move him away and basically uh, 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 and basically neutralize him from doing that. You got an advantage.
And
You
if
have
that's
to
the
take advantage
case,
of that.
then to coach's point and to my point, you need to move off Nick Claxton. I
Yeah.
don't need both of them. I
No.
just
Okay.
don't.
You.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm cool with
If
that.
Zach Edey is who you think he is, and he can be that low post scorer, and particularly rebounder, that's basically gonna be what Claxton is minus the defense. I mean, what do you need Claxton for? And you have Clowney and
Mm-hmm.
Sharp. So
Yeah. No.
again,
You do.
if
You
you're
do
gonna
have.
take if you want this Zach Edey guy, and I pulled the trade up now. Let's take Giddy out of it for a minute. But
Mhm.
basically, the trade is moving Claxton to get a pick and a player.
Well, the thing about it is that it's going to be hard to move Claxton
Because
because
you're gonna have to
Claxton,
sign. It's gonna have you. It's
yeah,
gonna be
it's
a
going to have to
sign
be a
and
sign
trade.
and
Sign a
trade.
trade.
Yeah.
So, but the and that's one of the reasons why I mentioned Cam Johnson. Whatchamacallit.
Nobody wants Cam Johnson though. Who the hell wants Cam
Cam
Johnson?
Cam Johnson. Well, the thing is,
He
if we
signed
do
a
pack,
big contract and he doesn't play well. He doesn't
I
really
mean,
offer you a
but
lot.
okay, all right, no, he doesn't play well for us. But like the thing is with Cam Johnson,
He's a
DFS,
three-point shooter.
right. But the thing with Cam
What else
Johnson
is
and
he?
DFS, bro, like at the range that we're going in, the teams that can get Zach Edey are playoff teams, are good programs, like a coach was alluding to. So the thing is, they could use a role player. Those teams could use a DFS that's on an
Now,
expiring contract.
here's the thing. Also remember, I always talked about it earlier. Claxton is signing trade. So what is he going to bring you in terms of dollars? He's going to get what? Probably what? 20, 25?
20,
What is
20. He's supposed to get 25 million a year.
okay? What is Cam Johnson making right now?
Cam Johnson is making. Hold up, I had it up on the screen. Cam Johnson is
Too
making
goddamn much.
said too goddamn much.
For real.
Cam Johnson is making. Hold on. I'll see it.
Stupid signing. Another
Cam
one.
Johnson is making. Next year he will be making. This upcoming season he will be making 23 million.
Okay, so right there between those two players, that's roughly $48 million. You also have to bring that back in along with
Right.
the draft pick. So you're
Right.
going to be taking trash from someone else,
Yeah.
or multiple trash from someone else. So
Man.
that's why you guys are in a tough situation. So I'm gonna be honest with you, Leave. I know y'all love them. Y'all ain't getting them because you have no draft picks, and to trade out players, you're gonna have to kick out money. But you're gonna have to take someone, and you're gonna you already have one player like that right now in Ben Simmons. So imagine you got to add on another
This your
two or
problem right here.
three players to go along with that.
You see your problem. You see at the top where your
Yes,
problem is, right?
I do see the major
So
problem.
think about it. So remember, in the NBA now, they do it where you can kick out money, but you got to pretty much take the same money coming back in or close to it.
Close
So
to it.
40 million for, we know Ben is not going in with 23 right there, and then you talked about what you call it, to add on another 25. So think about it. You got to
Right,
bring in
exactly.
$40 million, close to that, a little bit over $40 million in money that you may not really want, but you
You
have
want to
to,
bring him
just to get that first round draft pick. Now, if you find a team that's going to do that, that's going to give you somebody like that, or give you multiple players like that to take them, then you probably can get Zach Edey.
I would say we did have picks on the table for Donovan Mitchell, which I wasn't a big fan of. It was Donovan Mitchell for 3 of our picks that we had just got from Phoenix. From
But
that Phoenix trade.
what money you going to
And-
transfer out?
With
What money?
No. The money that we was going to transfer out was the Ben Simmons contract and Cam Thomas for Donovan Mitchell. That was the
So
trade.
you're going to
That was
trade
a trade
Ben, Cam
that was a
Thomas,
trade that was-
and
that was
draft
a-
picks.
That was a trade that was looming for Donovan Mitchell. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. So listen. In terms of I was hearing that the Lakers wanted a 3D player. They was looking at Finney Smith. they were looking at Finney Smith because Finney Smith was only making $14 million next year, and they was going to swap the pick and somebody else maybe off the bench or something like that. I think
And you probably
maybe
would have got either no, not Reese. What's Hachimura making?
Hachimura is making. Hold on, what's Haruri making? Hachimura is making. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Hachimura is making 17 mil.
So you probably can get him.
Yeah,
if you want to include a first round draft pick.
I mean, yeah. Well, he was making. I think they probably would have threw Gabe Vincent in there. If anything.
No, well, remember, it doesn't have to match all the way. I think
all the way.
You can do that, and then that way you can get your first round draft pick. Because if you throw in Gabe Vincent, then you're not going to get the first round draft pick.
And Leaf, you know what else is wrong with this roster?
What's up?
Damn, I didn't know y'all was that bad.
1 point guard.
Yeah, we are that bad.
You can't even count Ben Simmons. You got 1 point guard.
Struder. Struder's the only point
See
guard.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, listen, it's a lot of things wrong. Yeah, we are that bad, Coach.
That's what I'm saying. We need to redo this whole
roster,
bro.
We are that bad, but I mean, listen,
let's need a makeover, yo. Like,
but here's the thing: I'm not willing to throw away the farm for Donovan Mitchell for it.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. I'm not there, man. But I would consider moving Bridges and or Cam Thomas. I would. I would. I would move one of them and assert what you want to do. You know what I'm saying with your roster. Is it going to be built around a guy like Zach Edey, or are you going to build from. You're going to build with wing players, like some of these other rosters.
Listen, I feel like
go either way, but this roster needs
when
to be
there's a will, there's a way, bro.
I agree. Like, this whole roster need to be stripped. It need to be done. Look at this. Finney Smith, Cameron Johnson, man. I know everybody know. Jeffy T know I ain't no Finney Smith fan.
This shit, I ain't gonna lie to you. This
roster's garbage, man. And it's Sean Marks is doing, man.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize y'all's roster was like, damn.
It's bad.
Damn.
And that's what I've been trying to say. You need scorers, man. You need somebody to get you to a baseline, bro.
Listen, we
can't ask Cam Thomas to do that, to carry this squad.
I don't feel bad about my squad now. Looking at y'all's, I have to be honest. Because I'm like, we have some things to do.
This is the biggest problem. The GM.
Oh yeah. NYG has always talked about that.
Listen, because I know shit rots from the head, bro. It start from the top.
Look, I'll tell you, bro. Listen, the GM.
I'm sorry, I thought shit rots from the ass.
That's the ass. That's what we is right now. Ass.
Well, I'm sorry.
Whatever the saying is.
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, I know what you get. Yeah.
This shit is garbage.
Trash, man.
This shit is garbage, bro. Like we need to do something. Man. We need to do something fast. Very, very.
Damn. And no first round, no draft picks. Damn, that's
and a lot. And look, a lot of the players that was contributing on this roster in this previous year. I'm looking at Wofford, Walker, DSJ. He could go. That I don't know where we get Thaddeus Young from. Claxton,
Wofford, and all them. They free agents. This is the roster. This is the current roster.
This the current roster.
Yeah, minus the free. That's why you don't see Claxton. That's why you don't see. Walker. That's why you don't see Dennis Smith.
Thaddeus Young. Wait a minute. You said Thaddeus Young. Where's Thaddeus Young?
Thaddeus Young all the way at the bottom. I'm looking at hoop type. That's why I'm on. Yeah, I'm on hoop type. Thaddeus Young was getting.
He's on the roster.
He was on the roster. He got $8 million from us last year.
Oh, he must have got cut. He ain't on the roster no more.
But he got that $8 million though.
Of course.
Okay.
Niggas just giving away. Niggas just giving away money. This shit is embarrassing, man.
Yeah.
This shit is very, very bad.
It's pretty bad, man.
Probably that.
Wow. So y'all let this man talk about his Nets that are super trash, and an hour later, he finally realized his team is dumpster juice. You know what? Tommy,
I just keep it a
listen.
buck, man. I keep it 100.
Listen,
And
look, Tommy. Listen, I was just talking about potentials, man. But listen,
Yeah,
I could dream. I could dream, but like, and we
a
are in the
dollar in the
shitter.
dream. Yeah, the
We,
dollar
we,
in
we
the
are in
dream.
the shitter. But like, I ain't gonna lie to you, we are definitely in the shitter. But
We
it ain't gonna be for long, bro. Like, I'm almost certain of that. You know what I'm saying? It
Well,
ain't
I
gonna
mean,
be
if
for
your
long.
GM is that bad, how can you say it ain't gonna be for long?
I mean,
And
I mean,
that's
come
my
on, Lee.
worry.
I
That's
mean,
my
Lee.
worry.
we had a bad GM with a winning roster, man. So I mean,
That's
I
my
can't.
worry, man. Like Sean
We,
Marks
we,
is
we,
that
we had
is that
him
bad,
when
bro.
we was winning. So I mean, listen, I ain't
Sean
gonna.
Marks is that damn bad, bro.
Sean
But
Marks, Sean
it's
Marks,
getting late,
Sean Marks in
man,
terms
and
of getting finessed for trades is that damn bad. In terms
we
of
do need to.
drafting, he been okay.
Oh hell yeah,
Drafting it.
damn! I just realized I looked
We
at the
need to move on.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I done took a
11:48.
15-minute break
Definitely.
and everything. We still on the
Definitely.
basketball, so.
Yeah, we still on that.
But this
My
was a
bad,
good show, though,
NYG.
man. No. Don't apologize for nothing. But you know, I do want to wrap it up. You know, what I'm saying pretty soon. When we first started, we would. I thought talk Daniel Jones. Nah, it's worse than Daniel Jones, man. The Giants roster ain't nowhere near what the Nets roster is,
Nah,
bro.
the Giants
It's
roster.
not comparable.
Listen. I will say it. The Giants and the Jets roster is nowhere near what the Nets roster is.
This is the
We
worst
are
roster
bro.
in
Listen.
sports
I don't
right
think
now.
Cam Thomas as a number one ain't better than no other number one in the league.
And that's what I'm
how bad
saying.
it
We
is.
can't ask Cam Thomas to be your guy. Not when you didn't gave, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Cam Johnson money and Ben Simmons money and goddamn Mikael Bridges and all these other cats. And you want this kid to come in there and save the goddamn team, man. Like, come on, bro.
We can't do that.
Boy.
Can't do that.
All right.
Anyway, man. So Rangers, man. I asked before too. I was like, is it 94 all over again? And sure enough, Unpopular Opinion Sports was right again. Y'all hit that like button, goddamn.
For the Rangers, yeah.
Yes,
Rangers took it. Rangers took it, man. Rangers took it, man. They came from behind in Game 6 to defeat the Carolina Hurricanes. My buddy, if he's watching, man, my man Riley, he's a Hurricane fan, man. Disappointed, man. But they were up 3-1. And Chris Kreider from the Rangers
That third quarter
scored
period.
3 goals. 3 goals is a hat trick in hockey. And hat tricks, man, is what they is, bro. You know what I'm saying? 3-1.
I tuned in for that.
So the Rangers is in the
Eastern Conference Finals. The Rangers did again like '94, what the Knicks couldn't do, and advanced. You know, when because the Rangers was a 1 seed, the Knicks was a 2 seed. That's the only reason why I'm talking like this. You know what I'm saying? Because the expectations was there. So, but again, Rangers. Now they're going to face the Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers was, I think, the 3rd seed in the Eastern Conference this year. So, again, it's going to be a good series. I expected to go 7, but Rangers got this, man. The Rangers got this, man.
I think, so who's left? So who's left right now? So Rangers versus Panthers and
got Dallas and who won last night? Edmonton. The Edmonton Oilers won last night. They beat the Vancouver Canucks. So you're gonna have Dallas and Edmonton going up, and then you're gonna have Florida and New York going up. Rangers, of course.
Yeah, Edmonton is historic. I've been watching a couple of documentaries.
That's an old hockey team.
That's an old hockey team. That's in the '80s, back when Gretzky. That's when Gretzky was young, you know, but like the original Gretzky before he went to LA. I was watching something interesting enough since we on hockey. I was watching Once Upon a Time in Anaheim. That was on E60. It was about how the writer of the Mighty Ducks movie that came out in 1992 inspired the Disney to make an NHL to go create an NHL hockey team called the Mighty Ducks.
Wow.
I'm like, yo, and I knew the whole time that team came.
That it was it's from the movie.
Logo and the colors was
the
fire.
Same.
I'm not
Everything
gonna
was
lie
the
to
same.
you.
Yep.
The logos and the color was fire. What I didn't know is that
in the 90s, they was basically losing repeatedly to the Detroit Red Wings.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
Red
And
Wings.
then
Yeah, the Red
Mhm.
Wings.
the Red Wings was all that.
smash, yo.
The Red
Yeah.
Wings was all that. And in 2003, they lost to the good old New Jersey Devils. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the New Jersey Devils last
Yeah.
uh, 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 uh,
2003.
2003. Yeah, 2003. They lost to the
Yeah, cause
New
the
Jersey Devils.
Devils won. Yeah, the Rangers won in '94. I know that was their last one, and I know the Devils won one after the Rangers did. I do know that.
Hmm. So yeah. But
Because
I
the
was
year the
watching that.
Rangers won, remember we beat the Devils on the way to the Cup in '94.
Yeah, you're right.
Right,
That.
right, right. So
2003. Yeah.
just to put it just to but wait till you hear this. The year after they lost to the Devils, 2004 came. The one of their best players, guy by the name of Paul Correa, had retired. He had retired. He got his jersey retired, and then the next year after that, it was the lockout season. Disney sells the team. They win the champion. Disney sells the team for $75 million. Today, the team is worth $750 million.
Yeah.
That's basically a zero. And when they sold them in 2005, 2 years later, guess who won the Stanley Cup? The Anaheim Ducks. I wish they would have still been called the Mighty Ducks in Anaheim, but they called them the Anaheim Ducks.
Appreciate you still rocking with us, Lou, man. Yeah, we going.
That was a hell of a story, man. What's going on, Lou? Yeah, that was a hell of a documentary, though. It was, they tried to get him to make the quack sound with the noise. They was like, no, we're not doing that. No, we're not. But yeah, definitely shout out to the Rangers.
Shout out to the Rangers, man. Chris Crowder. I think he broke a record here. Single-handedly erasing that lead. I think he's the all-time leading goal scorer in Rangers playoff history. So, shout out to Chris Crowder, Vincent Trocheck, another Ranger who scored in that game, and of course, man, the goalie, man, Igor, man, Shesterkin, man. He drives me crazy sometimes, man, but he stepped up big in that third period, man, to lock that game down for the Rangers. So, like I said, we are a thorough sports show, man, and believe it or not, I am a low-key hockey fan, so I do be watching the games.
I'm trying to low-key get into hockey, like, little by little. I just can't figure out the damn rules and shit. Like, I gotta read the rule book.
Just
and all
watch
of
the
that.
game. It's like anything else. The more you watch, the more you learn and you get it and you start picking up.
I'm not gonna lie, like, it definitely ain't as physical as it was, back then.
They didn't done that to all sports. They didn't soften every single sport.
They did. They just
everyone, yo.
And I feel like hockey seemed like too fast of a sport to try to.
They don't fight in hockey like that no more. They don't do none of that, man. That's why I watched. For the fighting, for the hits, man.
Listen, hockey, you can skate a little. You could go one skate too fast and get your shit knocked the hell out.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of the damn ice rink. I just seen it. I was like, oh damn. And the dude because they was actually the dude Paul Correa that was playing for the Anaheim Ducks in that when they faced the Devils in the Stanley Cup Finals, and he got knocked the hell out real ice cold. He stood there for like a good 2-3 minutes, just laying there on the ice. And they was asking him about, like, yo, what do you remember about that hit? He was like, nothing. Nothing. Only thing I remember, like, now that I watched it back, like all these years later, I'm like, oh, that's what happened. Oh, okay.
That's what happened. Yeah, that's why I can't remember that.
That's why I can't remember shit. But I think hockey was a sport they felt like they had to clean up. Like a lot of the players, a lot of the former players talked about headaches, CTE, man, and we know how serious that is. That's another topic for another day. But I felt like they had to clean up hockey at some point. But, it is what it is.
I still prefer, man, the old school. I guess that's just the, you know what I'm saying, the old guy in me, the old man in me, or whatever. But you know what I'm saying, I like old school 90s basketball, old school football, you know what I'm saying, where you could actually put hands on the quarterback. Pause. And
Right.
of course, man, like we talked about the old school hockey and even baseball, man. Baseball's in change now, man. Too much swinging and missing. They don't steal bases or bunt and do the little stuff in baseball like they used to either. So sports didn't change, man. But like I say, the more things change, the more they stay the same, man. And you know, it's a big
Hey,
man's game.
just
It's a
just
big
just
man's
some
game.
side news. So a Charlotte family is suing LaMelo Ball and the Hornets after Ball allegedly drove over 11-year-old Angel Joseph's foot, breaking it, and ignored his request for an autograph. Yeah,
So
so
he
yeah,
ran over the kid's foot.
yeah,
Was it an accident that he ran over the
I think
kid's
yeah,
foot?
yeah, none of I think it was a ball that had ran over the kid's foot, and it was already injured. The foot was already injured, and something like that. Yes, it's not making full sense to me, but I read it out as I saw it.
So if I'm understanding what you said, he ran over his foot by accident. The kid
Right.
asked for an autograph and he didn't give it to him, so now they're going to sue him because he didn't give an autograph. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
Basically.
yeah, that's what
That
it says.
yo, if
It
that's
said, hold on, so wait,
it's
wait, wait.
not
So
that
when
he ran over the. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
the incident occurred as fans approached players after an event. Angel's mother describes his recovery as physically and emotionally challenging via WSOC TV. Yeah,
I
I'm
need
They
to
not
hear
don't want
getting.
no
more.
autograph,
I'm
man.
not
They
getting.
want some bread, bro. That's what
Yeah, that's
they
Yeah,
what.
want
look,
bread. They
I'm
keep it
ain't
not.
real.
I'm
Look,
not.
I
want your
get he ran over
autograph,
his foot.
man. My
I get he
good.
ran over his foot. All right, fine. Let's keep it there. Just keep it there. He ran over his foot, so you're gonna take him to court. All right, cool. I get that. But now if it sounds like, oh well, I asked for an autograph and he said no, so now I'm gonna take you to court. That's some petty ass.
Mm-hmm.
No, 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 no. We going to court. You paying my medical expenses, paying the suffrage. I don't care about the autograph.
Right.
I'll get your autograph off of the court papers and everything. I'll get it that way. Screw all that other stuff. I mean,
Facts.
my child. Come on, man. If that's how they're presenting, whoever the author is, that's how you presented it. That's
Crazy, 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 crazy,
Big
crazy.
time facts, man. Big
Big
time
time
facts.
facts.
But
But yeah,
so
yeah,
real
yeah. So
quick,
yeah,
let
I'm
me get
gonna
into
get the
this.
going. I'm gonna get the
Uh,
going on, folks. I'm gonna see y'all till the next time. Appreciate
all right.
being here.
Appreciate you, man.
Pop.
Yeah, appreciate you
Appreciate being
tapping
here,
in,
Coach.
man.
Of course.
Appreciate
always.
you
Looking
holding the
forward.
show down while I stepped
Definitely,
up, man.
definitely. Looking
So
forward to more
this is
New
what
York Nick,
coach.
more New York Knickerbockers demises in the future, for sure. Our roster is shit, but like I said before, our absolute worst is still 10 times better than the Knicks best. So yeah.
Thanks for keeping the same
That's
energy, man. Cause
of
I
course,
just
I'm always keeping
I
it,
don't
but,
have no with this next team. I don't really have. I'm grasping at straws, bro. Like it's
we
bad
all
for us
grasping
right
at
now.
straws, man. Me and Chris just playing Clash of the Titans and figuring out how to get this shit rolling, man. So, but appreciate you, y'all, man. I'm gonna get going, man. I'll holler at y'all to the
Most
next time,
definitely,
man.
man.
Hit
Go
the
sub
like,
up to
subscribe
Leaf
button.
Diggy, man. Put your link in the
Leaf
chat, Leaf, man.
4788. Leaf is Leaf
Definitely
4788 on
sub up to
YouTube,
Leaf,
man.
man.
On
For
YouTube.
all your
And
basketball.
yes.
You calling all the games and stuff now. I see you calling different games and stuff too, so that's what's up, man. So tap
Yes,
in, man,
definitely.
for all your
Definitely,
basketball
definitely.
content.
So I put
man,
that in the
Nets
chat, man.
content.
That's Leaf 4788. Just look it up, man. You'll find me. I'll be right there, but I can't put the link in the joint because YouTube is kind of funny with that. But
Oh.
I see y'all to the next week, man. Appreciate it, man. As far as the NFC North is concerned, man, it doesn't matter who the division winner is. There's only one outcome, and that outcome is the Green Bay Packers. So as far as you Bears and you Vikings and all of you other fans that are concerned, doesn't matter. Our beef is outside of the division. We got to deal with Giants fans like Pop telling me the last 2 times that he played us. We got to deal with the 40. I got to deal with these 49ers fans, man. That's basically 2 or 3 decades too late, and they don't win Super Bowls no more. I don't got to deal with Dallas
Sure
fans.
don't.
You know what I'm saying? So definitely that's all I got to deal with. Looking forward to the seasons. Looking forward to the off season for sure. Appreciate y'all, and I will see y'all soon. Peace.
Salute.
Peace.
Peace. Peace. Yeah. They got to deal with us. They already know. You already know what it is, man. Shout out to Pat though, man. He pointed that out too. 49ers have been just as bad as the Cowboys as far as like last time they won. They haven't won. They just been in it more, I guess. So they seem more relevant, but they ain't won a Super Bowl since what, 95? Somewhere in the 90s. 98 or something like that.
So yeah, what's
95.
called? Yeah, they've been there. They were undefeated for a little bit, but then started losing, and I think they got 3 losses now in the Super Bowls.
Yep.
So
Most definite. But we're gonna get into Coach's Corner now.
Make
Baseball updates. Like I said, Mariners went down. Let's take a look at a couple things here.
They beat the
Yankees went down to the Mariners. Let's see. Clark Smith got the L. 2 earned runs in 5 innings. Looks like the bullpen gave up quite a few runs.
Is it a product of overuse with the bullpen?
I definitely think they do need to address some of the things during the bullpen. Because again, you got 5 innings from your starter, so you want your starter to go a little, but can't any of these guys do that outside of Garrett Cole, who is injured. So, pitches don't give you length no more. Pause.
Well, Stroman does.
Stroman does. Yeah, you're right.
So if you get back Cole, I mean that
Smith's-
kind of helps.
Yeah, Cole is definitely going to help take some pressure off the bullpen too. But it just looks like they had a bad game this game.
Yeah. It's just
without
like yesterday.
really
It's
looking
just
at
like
it.
yesterday. You was up and you ended up losing, giving up 4 runs in the 9th inning. So, and it was from your closer. You weren't expecting that. So, I mean, look, all right, they lost 2 games. I get it. Let's see what we can do tomorrow. I think we played them tomorrow. So let's see if we get the win and just move on. It's still a long season. So we still one
they're
of the
still
top teams in the
33
league.
and 17.
Yeah.
Still
So
first in the AL East. So all is well now with your New York Mets. Let's see.
yeah, they not catching my Phillies over there now.
Oh my goodness, this team. Yeah. So Hauser, 0-4. He got the start today. 6 earned runs. That man got a 7.8 ERA. Woo, whooshy. Lindor, struggling, hitting 198. Pete Alonso 235. Nemo 1-2-18. JD Martinez has been playing well. I watched him the other day. So is Sterling Marte, but not getting a lot. He got a couple hits today from McNeil. Harrison Beta been okay in spots, but the Mets right now, man, like their pitching is just not holding up right now. It's not. I mean, they got 6 runs today, but gave up 7 to the Guardians. So that's your baseball update. Let me take a look at the standings real quick. Yeah, see, the Mets right now, they're already 13 and a half games behind Philly. I mean, what you going to do? Right now, your season is wild card from here on out. If you can climb back into that race. So it's rough for the Mets, but they kind of signaled that. I mean, with what they did last year, that this was going to be, but at least in my opinion, it looked like they was kind of waving the flag, so to speak. What I'm saying, punting on the season, just the way they traded everybody, and they didn't do a whole lot in the offseason, but it ain't looking good. As for the Yankees, like I said, first in the AL East, first in the American League, got a half game over the aforementioned Guardians, who are 32 and 17. A team that isn't on the map is the Houston Astros. Tommy. Tay. Where y'all at? Anybody seen him? Hello, Houston.
Tell me, have you seen them?
Since you want to pick on my Nets, god damn it. How about we roast your Astros? But that's it for the baseball, man. You know, we will get more into baseball as basketball season fades away, and as baseball season, we move into, it's a revolving cycle of sports information and news, man. But really early in the season to make a whole lot of judgment or a whole lot of forecasting the season. But I'm always going in this season, the baseball season, with expectations as a Yankees fan to win a World Series, because that's it when it comes to the Yankees. You know what I'm saying? This World Series are or nothing, just because we got so many of them. That is the expectation. But, Coach, you queued up for Coach's Corner
Yes,
this
sir.
evening?
Yep.
All right, let's get into it, man. Y'all tap that like button, man, for Coach Ed. Does Coach's Corner so magnificently, giving you all the scoop on the women's sports, the college sports for the area and for other areas as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's always my favorite part of my own show is Coach's Corner, man. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Appreciate you, brother. Thanks a lot. Welcome to Coach's Corner. I appreciate everyone here. Make sure you guys in the chat hit the like button for today's episode on Unpopular Opinion Sports, also on Coach Ed Gladney's Amazing World of Sports. Make sure y'all do that. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to both channels, and make sure you hit the notification so you know when we post new content. And always share on all social media platforms. It's free, as my man Lou will always say. It helps us out immensely, and it allows us to grow and bring our program to you as well as to more people. So I'm going to start out. The past couple of weeks, I've started talking about one of the supporters, sponsors of everything that we're doing, the Jersey Bearcats. They're local indoor arena style football. They were the champions of the AAL2. They this year have this past Saturday they took on and played host to the leading Wheeling Miners out of West Virginia. It was an exciting game that I got to sit back and watch online. Unfortunately, the Bearcats dropped a tight game, 25-20. With that, they fell to 2-3 on the season. Now, one of the big key for me out of this game was a pick six for a touchdown. It was on their second series of the game. New Jersey was pinned back at their 3-yard line, and it was second down. And their second string quarterback, who's been playing for some time because their starting quarterback has been out since the first game, actually threw the ball into the flat, and the cornerback baited him, but had picked the ball off and had a clean, quick ride into the end zone. So it was a tough loss. I mean, it was going back and forth, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement there in Roselle, New Jersey. But again, New Jersey came out on the short side. They're 2-3 on the season. Now, there's still time for them to make the playoffs, and it starts this weekend. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing them make that run. Now, June 1st, they have a special event. It's that weekend. It is the Fraternal Organization Appreciation and Autism Awareness Night. So they're asking anyone who wants to come out, come on out. If you're part of one of the fraternal organizations, I think like the Masons and programs like that, if you're wearing your gear, you can get a discount. You can also go to their website. I believe it's jerseybearcats.com or jerseybearcatsfootball.com. and you could purchase tickets there. So that weekend, they're going to be hosting the Pittsburgh Outlaws. So they do a great job. They do a great event, have a dance team out there. Kids come out and do certain things. So it's a good thing. My man Jermaine, he's doing a good job there. So definitely want to shout him out. Now I'm going to move over to the ladies. I'm going to start with my New York Liberty. They started out hot. Right now, they just won playing the Seattle Storm. I did a stream of their game. They ended up winning that game 74-63 and to improve to 4-0 on the season. Now, they have another I want to say tight test or interesting test coming up this Thursday. I'll also be streaming that game. They're going to be hosting Angel Reese and the Chicago Sky. So Chicago right now is 1-1 on the season. So it's going to be an interesting game. I definitely want to see Angel Reese and the rest of the Chicago Sky, but I'm expecting our Liberty to come out on top there. And just for a little FYI, the Liberty have been pretty balanced across the board. Different players leading. Jonquel Jones has left. Sabrina has led, as well as Brianna Stewart. They have each led in scoring in the game. Also, Jonquel Jones has become the fastest player in WNBA history to reach 2,000 rebounds and 253 pointers. She's one of 8 players all time to reach these marks and also became the 6th fastest player to reach 2,000 rebounds. So shout out to her on a great accomplishment. She's doing well, and we're proud of what she's bringing to the Liberty, and hopefully she continues this play through the rest of this season. In WNBA news, I'm going to start out with the number 1 overall draft pick, Caitlin Clark. She just agreed, I believe it was today or yesterday, she just agreed to a multi-year endorsement deal with Wilson Sporting Goods. Now, the deal includes a signature basketball collection. So there's certain basketballs that, they're going to be specially made, and it's going to include her signature that, fans can go ahead and purchase. Now, she's the second athlete who has developed a signature collection with Wilson, and she's joining the great Michael Jordan. So that speaks high volumes in reference to that. So shout out to her in reference to that. On another note, the aforementioned Angel Reese. She purchased an interest in a new professional women's soccer team in the Washington, D.C. area. The D.C. Power Football Club, it'll be one of 8 teams competing in the USL Super League. This will be a league. It'll be the league's inaugural season, which will be kicking off in August. Now, Reese released a statement saying, "I want to help grow women's sports and elevate female athletes across the board. We're taking over. I'm honored to be able to support Power FC and invest in women's sports in the DMV community." So shout out to her. It's a great opportunity. I like this fact that, you have a young woman. She's coming into her own, but she's out there giving back to her community and also being an owner. So she's learning that aspect. Her teammate, Camila Cardoso, she's been out so far for this season, to begin this season. Well, she's going to be making her debut June the 1st against the Indiana Fever. So it's going to be a great addition to Chicago. Definitely been looking forward to seeing her yeah, exactly. So it's going to help enhance the game. So you're going to have 3 of your top draft picks in that game anyway. So definitely looking forward to that. So that's it on the women's note. I'm going to move over to the college ranks. I'm going to touch base on Syracuse, talk a little bit of Syracuse football. Syracuse football has hired Ryan Kelly as its new Senior Associate Athletic Director of Football Operations. Now, he has been most recently the athletic director at Long Island University. I've watched Long Island University grow over the years, from a low level D2, and they're moving up. I believe right now they're in the FCS, in the low FCS level. Now they're still building the program. They're becoming competitive. This move is going to definitely help Syracuse in the long run, bringing in a different perspective, but also help with the new coaching staff. Kelly and Coach Fran Brown have crossed paths along the line. So, Coach, I'm sorry, Ryan Kelly is definitely going to help the program going forward. So that's it for Syracuse. I'm going to move over to Seton Hall and Seton Hall's basketball. Just a quick little FYI. They have been invited and they will play in the prestigious Maui Invitational in 2025. So that's a good thing to be able to go out to Hawaii to play some basketball down there. So it's a good look for Seton Hall in the long run. So going to move over to Princeton basketball. Princeton and Rutgers are finalizing a deal to play a neutral site game for the 2024-2025 season. The game will be played in the Prudential Center in Newark on December the 21st as part of the Never Forget Tribute Classic. Rutgers and Princeton played this year to kick off the season down in Trenton. From a Rutgers perspective, Rutgers has actually been trying to get other teams. Arkansas originally was supposed to play, but they backed out. So Rutgers basically turned to the local area and they reached out to Princeton, and they've been now deciding to play more basketball games because for the past 10 years, Rutgers and Princeton haven't played. So this is a great opportunity, especially bringing it into the Newark area. So definitely looking forward to when that game plays. Hopefully it'll pack the stadium. So I'm going to move over to Rutgers now, speaking in that, and I'm going to start with football. Rutgers received a payout from the Big Ten. Now, I've always been talking about in comparison to other leagues that they've been in. Well, they didn't get their full payout as other schools. Other schools in the league were getting anywhere from $62 to $60 million. Rutgers actually received $58.7 million from the Big Ten for the 2023 fiscal year. Now, the expectation is for each league member going forward, they should see a significant increase. Now, I got this article off of The Athletic, so if anybody wants to read about it, you can pull that up on The Athletic, but that's a good look for Rutgers. Again, anybody who knows me knows I've been following. I remember them in the old Big East and the AAC when they were getting $7 million as far as a payout from the league. Now it's up to 58, and it's going to continue to grow, which is benefiting them in the long run. Also in Rutgers football news, ESPN put out a post-spring rankings. Now I got the rankings for both Rutgers and Syracuse. Rutgers is actually up from last year's ranking. They're up 24 spots. They're at number 49 now in the nation. Syracuse is at 64, but Rutgers' jump is in regard to last year, the way the season closed out, winning the bowl game against Miami. Excuse me. And they have a large facet of players returning. So the expectation is that they will definitely be a competitive again this year. Also, to tap into Rutgers football, they don't have to play the big boys this year. They're not playing the Ohio States, the Michigan, the Penn States this year. Now, on their record, on their schedule, is the USC, the UCLA, and the Washington. But the expectation is Rutgers, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, we're hoping that they can get 8 wins, maybe 9 wins on the season. So we'll see in reference to that. Now, switching over to Rutgers basketball, John Fanta of Fox Sports, he put out a way too early top 25 3.0. Now, in his article, Rutgers is not in the top 25, but he has Rutgers as a team that's on his radar as one of the sport's most compelling teams. One of that main reasons, because you picked up and you secured the number 2 and number 3 rated players coming out of high school. So in terms of Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey. Now, they've done other things in terms of bringing in transfers. They've done a great job in the circuit. They may pick up a center off of the circuit, so we're waiting to see. So that's why he has them as a team to watch going forward. And finally, going to close it out with Rutgers baseball. Shortstop Joshua Kuroda Gower. He was actually named the Big Ten Player of the Year. He led the nation with hits, becoming the first Scarlet Knight to ever win a Big Ten Player of the Year award in baseball. So, congratulations to him. Congratulations to Rutgers baseball, and looking forward to them to continue on the build. So, that's going to be it today for. I really appreciate everyone tapping in with me today, and turning this back over to you, NYG.
Appreciate you, Coach, man. Always, man. Always, man. Give a round of applause, man, for Coach.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, man. Now with the women, particularly with you mentioned Cardosa. So
Yeah,
gonna be
baby.
interesting to see that. I was watching Caitlin Clark last night play, and I mean, she's got some learning to do. You know what I'm saying? But you know, she has the passion, the fire. You can tell she wants to be good. She wants to be great. So and of course, man, shout out to the Liberty, man. Undefeated right now.
4-0. They're number one overall record. The Aces are a couple of teams are 2-0. So the Liberty have jumped out, played a lot of games ahead of everyone else. So that's why, in the terms of the power rankings, the Aces are far and away number one. The Liberty are number two. Which is, I do understand that the Aces are the champs. So and
Yeah,
until
the Aces, I
they're
seen them they won again tonight.
so they're now 3-0. Okay, so there you go. So, but again, right now, the early assumption is going to come down to a three-team race between Las Vegas, New York, and Connecticut. So, definitely going to keep an eye on everyone. We're wondering about right now. One ranking does not
Connecticut
have.
almost lost last night.
Yes, they almost lost to Indiana.
Yeah, to Caitlin Clark.
Indiana should have
They
won,
should have
and I
won.
think Caitlin Clark. I think they said she had a turnover. I didn't see the game because I was doing the Liberty game, but they said she had a turnover. It was a turnover, and she got a technical because they were up four.
She got a tech, yeah, but another girl missed the final shot. I think they had a chance to
Yeah,
tie it or win, but it wasn't her.
it was
But,
Aaliyah. I think it was Aaliyah Boston, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
but she did have some miscues down the step and down the stretch, and that's what I was alluding to a minute ago when I was
Turnovers,
she's
yep.
got some things to clean up, some things to learn, but
Everyone says the same thing, though. Yes, she has to grow. There's some things she has to work on, but she's going to adapt and she's going to do well in the long run. And you're going to see because look, when the second game against the Liberty, she definitely improved her game and she was playing with a lot more confidence. Even though the team lost, they got blown out the first game. The second game, I think they lost by 11. So, but again, she's getting I don't want to say she's getting comfortable, but she's getting acclimated to the physical play, and that ultimately is what it's going to boil down to. She has to get used to the physical play, and in women's basketball, you only have a month between your college season ending and then you go into
it's a
the
short
WNBA.
turnaround. Yep.
Yeah, so the men usually have like 6 months. So so I will say this: come next year, she's gonna be causing a lot of problems for a lot of teams. So, but yeah, she's gonna grow, she's gonna learn, she's gonna develop. So, and
Girl, Kelsey Plum had a night tonight, 27.
hmm oh, shout out! Oh, one other thing I forgot. That's what I forgot to do. Um, Caitlin Clark's teammate, um, Marshall over at Iowa, one of the girls that I love watching her game, gritty type of player, but she officially retired from all basketball. They said she retired, so it was a surprise to me. I thought maybe she'd go back for a year and then come out next year, but I don't know if it's injury or anything or other opportunities. But if you ever watched her play, she was number 24 for Iowa, so definitely a player that I love to watch play. The way she played, small, feisty, but she definitely could play. She could shoot the three. She was their wing defender. She was the better one. I'm not saying she was elite, but shout out to her. I hope her future grows brightly. Whatever she decides to do. So I know she graduated from Iowa, so I know her future is bright. So, but yeah, I'm sorry. Go back to the rest of the W. You're talking about Kelsey Plum,
Oh yeah, nah. I said she had a
27.
she had a night tonight.
I still can't get over that first game when she had that outfit and she walked in the stadium. Oh my gosh!
But
I mean, she about
but
ready to
yeah,
give an old man a heart attack, man. I was like, "Yo, is her coat gonna fall off? Is she gonna?" No, let me stop. Let me stop. But
yeah, man, she got Darren Waller's head messed up. Pause. So,
Darren, yeah, all right, whatever. Yeah, let her come talk to me. Let her come talk to me. Seriously, all jokes aside, you ain't gonna get my head messed up, but on the same token, you gonna be treated well, very well.
um, but yeah, man. Good show, man. Good show tonight, y'all, man. Good show, Coach, man. Shout out to
Mm-hmm.
everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody that came through on the stream. Um, Leaf Diggy, of course, my bro Lou. You know what I'm saying? Mets, aka Snarf, and you know what I'm saying. Everybody in the chat. Shout out to Nemar, Mosley, Raf, Tommy. You know what I'm saying? See all y'all in the chat, man. Ghost Dog, D Dan, um, Kurum. Big fan, Breezy. Breezy pulled up too. Pause, man. Shout out to Breezy, man. Go sub to Big fan Breezy with the Brooklyn Nets vlog, man.
That's what I forgot to include
they
in
do their
Coach's
shows,
Corner.
man.
Oh my gosh, I knew it's something I wanted to
What's
include.
up? You still on? You still on? Pause, man. You got
That's
you got the floor.
that golf situation, the Scheffler guy.
Oh yeah.
That really perplexed my mind, man. It really. I
Ain't
mean,
that the same thing that happened to Cal Laletta?
First and foremost, my issue is, let's keep it real, man. If it was me, my ass would be in jail for the whole night minimum. How the hell this dude gonna get out in an hour? I mean,
Yeah.
yo, come on, man. I understand he's the number one player, but yo, right is right. And he whatever with the cop, and you charge him with assault on a cop, and you get let him out. I mean, what are we teaching our kids? What are we saying? I mean, I know what we're saying, but I have issues with that, man. That's some BS right there. That's
Yeah.
some BS. Shout out to ESPN for putting that on the bottom line right now, because I saw it and that was popped. That's why it popped in my head. It's like, yo, that stuff. For some of us, yes, I don't normally like to talk about the race, but the reality, the truth is, if it was someone like me, an NYG, we ain't getting out of jail. I don't care what athletes we are. I don't care who we are. We staying in jail minimum for the night, or at least until we see the judge, and then we get bailed out. Now, it was early in the day, so if he got bailed out later, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I could get down. The dude was back out and then going to play golf an hour later.
Mm-hmm.
An hour later or whatever, his tee time was 10 o'clock. What
Yeah.
the hell? I mean,
And he
yo,
shot a
that
-9. Like
yeah.
he went out. It went out, and not only did that, but it went out there and had a good round. Like,
Bro. Well, the next night he had a bad one. So when a couple people said
it
is
evened
that's when it
out.
hit him. That's when he realized. But yo, bro, you had a bad night. The next, you should have been thanking your lucky stars. Yo, seriously, how the hell you gonna whatever? And I get it. You were trying to. There was a miscommunication. You know, all I know is if the cop tells me to stop and I roll down my window, I am not pulling off. If the cop says get back in line, I'm getting back in line, whatever the case may be. If I say I'm part of
Facts.
it and he's like, no, get back in, yo, come on, let's keep it real. And quite a few people, and then it's not just black folks, there's a lot of white folks that have said it too. They said the same thing. I would have just got back in line, and just called the PGA and just said something, let them come and get. It just really baffled my mind. What you did was basically you think, oh, I'm the number one golfer in the world, and I just say my name, you gonna let me go? No, bro, it don't get down like that, man. You a man just like me. You pee, you pull your wee out, and you pee like me. You put your pants on one leg at a time, man. If you get popped in the mouth, you gonna bleed just like me, man. That stuff, that elitist attitude, really aggravates me, man.
Yeah.
And on top of that, it was somebody who died, which is why that traffic was there. And you ain't
Mm-hmm.
even respect that. And you want to talk about, oh, I wasn't trying to disrespect or what. Yes, you were. You were thinking you were better and you were
Yeah,
whoever
you
you
ain't
were. And
care.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly, man. Cut the crap. Because number one, when you roll
Yeah.
down your window, you would have listened to the cop. And then you know what? You would have said anything, even if you pulled out your ID, whatever. And then he would have said, all right, go ahead. So that's it, man. I mean, what was your thoughts on that too, bro?
Um, it first it was like the Kyler situation
Mm-hmm.
where
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
he was running um he was running late to practice or something like that. Got a ticket. Yada yada
Mm-hmm.
yada.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and to me, it's again like you said, it's just it's routine. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even know why they even bother like reporting stuff like this. I guess it's just to trigger people. You know what I'm saying? Because this is normal. This is normal. This is like normal. Like, hey, oh, hey, buddy. Hey, how you doing? Slap on the wrist. All right, keep it moving. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like this
Mm-hmm.
stuff is like normal. This is like normalized in society right now, and it's unfortunate. People get stereotyped. You know what I'm saying? And not only us as people stereotype, but you know what I'm saying? Every human has some type of stereotype or prejudice in them. And unfortunately, people in power, you know, get to enforce it, which makes you feel it a different type of way. You know what I'm saying? Because racism and things only exist with someone that can control the way you live, your freedom, whether you live, die, whether you can work or not work, or your
Mm-hmm.
livelihood. It it
Mm-hmm.
it it doesn't the guy that's across the street that don't like black people or Spanish people or whatever, that doesn't affect me or you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? But when the police do it and the judge does it, and you know what I'm saying, the teachers do it or whoever, now it's affecting you as an individual from growing and progressing in life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what racism really is. You know what I'm saying? And this is, another example of such situation because, people in control that can pick and choose what rules get enforced to who. You know what I'm saying? So I
Mm-hmm.
agree completely with your analysis there. And people can say, "Oh, it's not a big deal." Well,
Mm-hmm.
the, they make it. The people that control the narrative make it what they want to make it. You know what I'm saying? Because if they could make it a big deal, they want to make it a big deal. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or they can say, "Oh, well, yeah, like they're trying to do here, and oh, it happened. Let's move on." So again,
Mm-hmm.
we see this stuff all the time. So that's why I try to tell people, man, we all in the same boat. We're being oppressed by people that are controlling resources and controlling media and narratives and different things like that. It's not one another. You know what I'm saying? So again, when people like Coach Dave and these other radical people come at me, calling me different things like somebody that's not aware,
Mm.
you know,
Mm.
you really gotta really take a big picture look at this thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad you actually pointed that out because that is a way to look at it. That is a
Mm-hmm.
way to look at the bigger picture of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because like you
Mm-hmm.
said, any one of us, we in jail.
Exactly. We was sitting in
Point
jail
blank period.
that whole day minimum, and waiting. And if you didn't make it to the night, whatever, you're in the jail for the whole weekend. So and you said it best. Yeah, the TV programs they didn't want to lose because that would lose money. That's it. Just frustrates me because when you see something like that, man, it's the biggest thing is the dude gets out of jail within an hour. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
yo, an hour? Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I didn't like that. So,
Yeah,
and
and
oh well.
it's but it is one of these things that um, and I don't mind addressing this topic, and I just want to speak to the audience. Still 42 people watching in this chat room right now. Shout out to you. Shout out to each and every one of you. You know what I'm saying? For real, man. Let me hit the camera, man. Shout out to each and every one of y'all for still rocking with us. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? That's what's up. That's why I do this. You know what I'm saying? For y'all. So, and with that being said, speaking to the audience, like we can talk about these things, but there's a way to do it, and there's a um to me, I like I like to be sophisticated with topics like this to take emotion out of it and look at things from a broad perspective, from a human perspective. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can't do that. That's why I respect you, coach. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how to do that. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? So I'm okay with talking about sensitive topics and subjects because I do have knowledge on a lot of different things and a lot of things that, you know, unfortunately in this society, they don't like us to speak freely, even though we supposed to have a so-called freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing that people don't talk about. See, people come on here and get mad at me because I don't make my show about politics. But you don't get mad at me. Get mad at the entity that you're tapping into every day that's controlling what's being put out
Mm-hmm.
via their algorithm or them just removing your video because they don't like what you said. So don't get mad at the messenger. You know what I'm saying? Don't
Mm-hmm.
get mad at the people that's speaking. Because I know how to speak on different things. Look, this thing goes way beyond sports. The NFL, and I'll just drop a little small nugget here. The NFL is a very Masonic entity. Um, and, you know, do your research on Masons. I'm not getting into a lecture, but when you know how the NFL operates, they operate like a brotherhood, which is what Masons are. And so when you understand how a brotherhood operates, you understand why some of the things happen in the NFL that you can't explain. I'll just leave it at that. You know what I mean? That's some of the things that when people come on here and say, "Oh, uh, why don't so and so draft a black quarterback?" or "Why does this guy get a year suspension and this guy didn't?" Well, you got to look beyond the media and what they're telling you and look at who's actually calling the shots here. And when you look at those people, like I always tell you, like I just said, I missaid it, but I said it for a reason. The fish rots at the head. So, if you have issues, so to speak, there's a finger that you can point, and I just gave it to you. You know what I'm saying? Without
Mm-hmm.
giving up too much information, but you know, we'll work on making a segment for maybe for things like this, but don't want to be too long winded, and it's gonna be where it's gonna be me and Coach on here pretty much because people, as you've seen when you let them on the show, have a hard time listening
Mm-hmm.
and doing what they're supposed to do. To be respectful to me, who takes time out of his day to host a 4 hour live stream. That's all I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying. That doesn't get paid for, and you, Coach, and other content creators that do what we do.
Mm-hmm.
So, but definitely appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. Tap in next week for another edition of Heart of the City 75 episode. Might have something special for that one. Episode 75, man. Then we got to do the 100, then the 500, then the 1,000, you know what I'm saying? So, but might have something cooked up for that, man. But definitely appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. And you know, tell a friend to tell a friend, man. Tell them to come over here, man. Chop it up, man. We talk New York sports. As you see, you're allowed to come on the platform, speak your piece, speak your piece in the chat. Don't too many people get kicked out of here or banned or anything like that. Mostly
Mm-hmm.
it's mostly respectable.
Respectable.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what we try to do here, man. Create a voice for the people, man. But Coach, tell them what you got going on, man, before we get up out of here.
Tomorrow, or if you want to say later today, Wednesday, Pick and Roll podcast, where we're going to be diving
Mm-hmm.
into a lot of what we talked about here, a little bit more with different content creators from different NBA fan bases. Um, on Thursday, I'm going to be streaming the Liberty as usual against the Chicago Sky. On Saturday, got to double check. Right now, usually Saturday, 2 o'clock, I have the halftime coaching adjustment show with me and Philly halftime. Two old guys, or as we've been said, two old farts who give you our perspective, not just on sports. We talk about life in general, love, family. Last week, we talked about parenting, then we talked about technology, the old school technology, where we were the original cell phones and pagers. I mean, we're going to be talking about a lot of things. And then next Sunday, we're going to be jumping in with Giants conversation. So, and I
Shoot.
might be throwing a video here or there. I'm trying to get back into that. So, but that's what I got going on right now.
For sure, man. For sure, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
What about you?
Shoot.
What you got going on?
Man, I got Giants conversation, Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
11:45. Heart of the City, Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think I'm going to put out my one of my Giants videos that I got queued up this week, and I'm gonna do some on the Nets too, since we had so much conversation on that. Because I want to take a look at this Nick Claxton situation a little bit deeper, and Zach Edey a little bit deeper. So pause. But that's what I'm gonna be working on. So be on the lookout for that. I'm gonna try to start doing more shorts on like reactionary news, like
Mm-hmm.
might do one on the game tonight, something stuff like that. So want to try to broaden out the content a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But primarily my focus is going to be where it is here, the heart of the city, which is New York sports. So that's where I'm at right now. Appreciate y'all, man. for tapping in, for joining in on this show, man. It's been a long one. 4 hours, man. I ain't gonna give y'all a marathon like this in a minute. In the off season at that, yo. Y'all hit that like for sure, man. But we definitely appreciate y'all, man. Y'all know who y'all is in the chat, man. Continue to hold it down, man. Appreciate all the love and support, man. And until next time, man, we're gonna get up out of here, man. Y'all know what it is. Peace.